And hello, we are live. I am Michael Lockie. I'm going to be joined by Tony Burns to kick the action off here. We are at the final table of the 5,300 no limit event. These players are vying for $900,000 top prize. And the action is getting started. 50 and 100 blinds are starting now. Chris Brewer has the ace queen suited, but in the meantime, welcome Tony Burns to the stream. Tony, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike. Thanks for having me on the stream. It's been a busy series, to say the least.
Indeed, indeed. These employees are definitely working overtime here at Hard Rock Hollywood, but the action continues. We're bringing it to you. It's good to have you on the stream with us.
Yeah, it's nice to finally sit down for a few minutes and see what's going on here. So we've got looks like a nice mix of locals and also traveling players on this final table.
Absolutely, indeed. Quite a few familiar faces from the streams. And from first position, Chris Brewer raised 200,000, ace queen suited. Hernandez flats in the cutoff with the jack nine suited, looking to play some post flop. Justin Liberto not having any of it, puts in a 3-bet out of the small blind, ace-5 offsuit. These two are among our leaders to start the day. They're playing 13 million and 9 million effective. Let's see how Brewer wants to play it.
Cool.
And he's going to make the call with ace queen suited. There's quite a bit of heat for Hernandez here. He's playing about 4 million to start this hand. Don't expect him to be able to continue. He does lay it down. And Justin's going to pick up quite a bit of equity here. He does flop a gut shot wheel draw and the 5 high flush draw. Ace queen high, still technically the best hand, but it's going to be interesting to see how this unfolds.
It's 450. 21466.
And Brewer does not like the flop. He's going to make the quick muck against Justin Seabet. Ace 5 is going to take it down.
Justin coming in with a big lead today.
Started off with 13.6 million, accumulated a little bit more there. Definitely looking to push the action. So Tony, while we got you here, how have things been? What's been going on behind the scenes? Anything with your new role? Anything coming up you want to talk about?
So yeah, it's since we've come back over the last couple of years, it's just been huge turnouts for Seminole Hard Rock Poker. This is just yet another record-breaking series with that opening event, over 7,700 entries.
Yeah, what a field.
Yeah, it was pretty incredible to see the players just continue to come in and support the brand. So it's a different times, right, with my new role, but enjoying it, having a great time, and don't want to second year in all-in action.
Ryan Ginquetti going to be all in with his king queen. He's got 1.2 million, about 12 big blinds.
Oh wow!
And Colopy's got pocket jacks behind him.
Yeah, Ryan, local here in South Florida. Had a great run at the out west this summer.
Cool.
Always a tough competitor. He's going to be in a coin flip so far. Time out of the way. Brewer's going to get out of the way with his queen jack.
So you got
And a couple of Ryan's cards are dead, but it only takes one to have the best hand, king queen against the jacks. Our 7th place finisher gets 154,000. Ryan's trying to avoid getting paid that right now. 3 jacks on the flop, but still 4 outs with the 10. Trey's not going to cut it. A 10 and a 10 only. And a worthless king. Great run for Ryan Ginquetti. He'll be back, folks. He can wipe his tears with $154,185.
Okay, we went 75, 125.
And just like that, blinds are going up. Action continues.
You can move, but you have to respect those squares. So I don't know.
Oh, I respect the
This
square.
this spot's
It's more rectangular than square.
Our dealer Augie laying the rules. And we are down to 6-handed play.
yes, you will be 2 now.
$32,000 pay jump for the players. $75 and $125 on the blinds. They have gone up.
So yeah, like we were talking about, Mike, just some continued gigantic turnouts at these events. Over 1,100 entries. I believe it was at 1,110.
Yeah, that sounds like the right number.
$900,000 going to the eventual winner. That is a great payday.
That pays for quite a few more tournament stops in the future, that's for sure.
Speaking about upcoming tournament stops, the next one for Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood will be back in the ballroom. Will be the Rock and Roll Poker Open. Will be a WPT event starting November 15th. That schedule should be out soon. I know tournament manager Jason Heidenthal hard at work on getting that put together.
Indeed, can't wait.
But also some good in-room events for local players that continue to support us. The next one, the Everglades Poker Open, starting September 14th. And once again, that schedule should be out soon as well.
It's always nice to see something in September. That's a pretty slow month in poker overall. Make sure you get out and start firing where you can.
Yeah, the series is coming back for the first time in 6 years. So when I was the tournament director here, we had that event, but great to see that coming back. Director of Poker Bill Mason, always in the lab, putting out great events with Jason for the South Florida market.
And action continues. Chris Brewer, 9-5 offsuit in the small blind.
Cool. What's up?
Gonna make it 425 blind versus blind. Ido defends the ace-8 offsuit, playing about 4.1 million. And a Jack Trey Deuce Rainbow bricks both players. Ace high still in the lead, but he can't be loving it right now.
And take a look at that Guitar Hotel trophy in the background.
Ah, yes, there it is in all its glory.
Yes.
325.
That sure would look nice on my mantle.
Only comes out once a year
I
for this
know.
specific event.
It's an ultra rare.
Awarded for the first time last year, so first SHRPO after the wild 2020 we had.
Yeah, it's important to establish how much different the new world is.
Yeah.
Cool.
And Brewer does fire another bet on the flop with his 9 high, does get called by the ace high. And 6 on the turn gives Brewer a gut shot now. He's reaching for more chips.
One bet's a million.
And ace-8 going in the muck. And Brewer turns that 9-5 into a victory in the small blind.
So it looks like checking out shrpo.com where you can get all the live updates, tournament schedules, and more. Once again, that's Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open.
Got my iPad open right here trying to do my research myself.
So right now it looks like the 2,700 Big Four is down to the final 8 players. high roller, the 25K high roller that got 105 entries down to the final 9's getting ready to kick off as well. Another stacked lineup there with Sean Winter, Dylan Lindy, Taylor Wilson, Chad Eveslodge, Michael Dweck, a local who had some success winning, I think it was $4 million this summer.
Yep, nothing wrong with that.
James Carroll, WPT champ, Nolan King, Arian Stolt, and David Peters, who won the super high roller.
Good old D. Peters loves to fire.
$713,000 going to the winner of that event.
All right, action continues at our 6-handed final table. Brewer continuing the aggression. Jack deuce suited on the button. Ido taking his time with the King 9 offsuit. I'm imagining he's looking for a 3-bet. Thought he was about to announce all in. Might be a little much here, even though it might be effective. And eventually lets it go. Doesn't want to bother.
Also, players are still looking to get in. There's still time to get into some Seminole Hard Rock poker action today. If you like playing PLO, there's an 1100. You know, you start here in 5 minutes. And the $200 quad stack double green chip bounty starting at 5 p.m.
Love to see it. I think PLO tournaments are underrated. They haven't caught a lot of steam, but.
Did you see that number on the 5-card PLO tournament here yesterday?
I did not.
115.
What was the buy-in?
2,200.
And they got a 115
115
in a 5-card high?
PLO, yeah.
That might be back on the schedule before we know it. And this is an action flop.
Yes, it is.
Bottom set for Hernandez. Brewer has a flush draw and is going to be looking to fire.
Three checks.
I wonder if the chips are going to get all in here.
That's 450.
There's going to be a big pot. There's 700 in the pot to start this streak. Brewer's going to go with 450. There's no real wrong way for Hernandez to play this unless he folds, and I don't expect that to happen. Check raise or call, both fine. So hard to expect your opponent to have anything on an 8-6 tray with 2 clubs. Ryan Ginquetti was our 7th place finisher. He did come in as a short stack. The rest of the players are aware that seat 7, Steinman, is also short to start this tournament. So part of Brewer's aggression factor is definitely coming from the fact that the other players are a little more interested in watching Steinman risk himself first, because that is a pay jump that they're interested in getting.
3 raise 1.150. Sorry, 1.250.
Pretty crazy that this will be, no matter where Chris finishes, Chris will eclipse the $6 million career earning mark. And if he gets better, then I believe it's second or higher, it'll be his best career cash. So Chris, a very accomplished player. Interesting spot.
He is going to be likely laying the hammer, is my opinion. There is a check raise, 1.25 million, 2.7 back. Brewer might be concerned he doesn't have any fold equity, but that 7 seed I just brought up might remind him that he probably does. Probably not in this example, though. He's certainly not going to try to make a set fold. Brewer can probably imagine that Hernandez is going to be all in on the turn most of the time. So this bet is for a little more than just the 1.25. And Brewer does make the call. We will go to the turn. 4 of diamonds gives Brewer a gut shot with a 5 as well. Set of Trey still in the lead. 3-1 favorite. 3.2 million in the pot. I'm imagining this set's going to be all in. And Brewer will have a decision to make. Hernandez takes his time.
Raul is the local South Florida to cheer for down here. As I saw some people on his rail today, and a lot of comments on social media, people rooting for the local. Looks like here it comes, Mike.
How much is it? Bet.
And leaving the one chip behind.
675. 2,675,000.
And Brewer's going to have a decision to make. He's probably expecting the 8 of clubs and the 4 of clubs to be good if they come, but unfortunately in this example they aren't. Might be a little bit too much for him to make this call.
Yep.
And indeed, going to lay it down.
This is where I always used to like the rabbit cam.
Tricky one, that rabbit cam. Sometimes things are better left unknown. And updated chip counts: Liberto 15 million, Colopy with 10 million, Brewer still with 7.8 million, Hernandez up to 5.9, Ido sitting strong with 3.7, and Steinman, our short stack, 1.4 million. He is sitting with a little more than 12 big blinds. Doesn't need to go right away, but is going to need to do something in the near future.
So I know you didn't really get to play many events this. Well, you didn't get to play anything this series. Did you?
Nah,
Like,
I've played some cash at your property and affiliate, a little north here. In my spare time, that I wasn't here in the booth.
So what's your fondest memory of playing in Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open events here in Hollywood?
Easily the million years ago, I won the first like big opener. It was the first series they ran at 10K. I think Byron Coverman won the main that year, but it was like right when the industry really started booming, and I banked the opener for a little over 100, and you know that photo, that memory will always hold a special place in my heart. I had a rail that was absolutely incredible compared to any rail you really see these days, and you know, certainly a special place in my heart.
Definitely some memories.
I want to say 2012. God, it's like, I think it's over 10 years now.
Oof.
We're not as young as we used to be. Action continues here. Chris Brewer with the raise, 9-7 suited. Colopy going to defend the big blind with Queen 9 offsuit. Both players check on the 8-5-5 with 2 clubs, and a 9 is going to improve both players to top pair. Colopy's Queen in the lead. Brewer still has a gut shot.
James, another well-established pro from DC area, over 3.5 million in career earnings.
And a bet and a call going to the river here. And a king is one of the chop cards.
Well, they say everybody loves the chop pot.
Hey. They do make for some fun TV because it is a little bit of a game of chicken at that point. You know, I think there was a spot yesterday on the live stream where somebody made a chop fold, and it was like an ace jack versus an ace jack, and there was a 4-bet in pre-flop, and it was, you know, it's just who wants it more, right? And that makes it a little fun in the booth. And both players are going to check. Their hands are a little too good. They're going to show their nines and chop it up.
I think Jim's one of those few players that has a WSOP bracelet and WPT title, all done in the last couple of years. So
Nothing wrong with that.
always like seeing Jim here at our events with that signature yellow, orange bias.
Yep. Man has a signature. Right now his signature is stacking chips. Guaranteed at least $185,000 for next place. Still vying for that $900,000 top prize. And a couple 7-5s in the muck. Raw on the button. King deuce suited. Decides to let it go. Action on Colopy in the small blind now. 10-6 suited. And Justin's a tough cookie to play against in the big blind.
Cool.
Not someone you're going to try to play an additional amount of hands. And hey, just like that, the poker gods heard us. We got a 10-6 suited against a 10-6 suited. Who loves it more?
Check. Heads up.
We're about to find out. Justin will check his option, though.
So far away.
And both players flop a gut shot, and they both happen to have a backdoor flush draw. An 8 will probably be really fun to watch, but a likely waste of time. But fun to watch nonetheless.
Always.
Maybe we can get a spicy 8 of clubs or an 8 of hearts instead. That would make it extra spicy. Colopy leading for min. Trying to get some dust to fold.
I would have loved it.
Fortunately, this dust has a gut shot, so I highly doubt it's going anywhere. Could definitely be the type of hand Justin could raise with.
Yeah, I'm just we should do a call to come. Had a flush draw and got shot with all.
Raise.
And he does go with the raise. 350. Most of the time, this bare minimum lead is pretty weak, just trying to establish what's going on, hoping to get the bare bones bottom type of hands to fold. Sometimes these players will get aggressive with them, and Colopy is going to fold. And the answer to our question is Justin loved it more this hand.
Players in South Florida, even though the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open is coming to an end today, next week, the August Big Stack Special. It's going to be a $150 buy-in with a 100K guarantee in the poker room. So the 6-figure guarantees do not stop just because the Seminole Hard Rock Poker
Get it
Open is
rolling.
open.
I will admit, I'll show some of my rookie signs here. I was not aware that the coffee place is available in the food court now. I was disappointed the first couple days of this trip because I thought the coffee place had closed down and I didn't know where I could get any breakfast. But I went to the place yesterday. It was actually really good. I was a little bit surprised. So just because you think you know what's going on doesn't mean you do. I remind myself of that a lot. We're all going to open up ace-8 suited for 250 from the cutoff. Justin with the king-6 suited in the small blind.
Are they 25 a stack, or can you put them in 20? You know, for 25? That's what they They're bigger.
They're 24 stacks.
24.
Is there a poker night in America? Suggested stack height?
I mean, they're supposed to be in 20s.
25.
25, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna put.
Just to take an inventory, I am expecting a 3-bet to come here.
Also should be big chips in 10.
Something in the 750 to 800 ballpark would be my guess.
If there was more airspace in Florida, they would have had the neck on the guitar.
It's automatically. I do that automatically.
And here come those raising chips.
C5 makes it 800 thought.
800. Got that one right. Good luck. And back to Hernandez now. Ace-8 suited shrinks up quite a bit when it gets 3-bet. 550 if he wants to call to try to see a flop.
Justin is definitely no stranger to success, winning a bracelet back in 2015 and over 600,000. If he takes this down, this will be his largest cash of his career. So definitely knows how to put the chips to work.
He has been putting them to work on our stream so far too. Excellent player, someone I have a decent amount of history with.
Cool.
And Raul Hernandez with the call, ace-8 in the lead, 2-1 favorite. Let's see how it falls. Queen 8-7, pair of 8s for Hernandez. King 6 high still for Liberto. 8's kind of a tricky card to flop. May think he has the best hand, but how much heat does he want to take? I don't expect Justin to give up anytime soon.
How long is the delay? 30 minutes?
Yeah, so the stream's going on 6 minutes.
Yeah.
So it'll be about, it looks like it's going to be like one little bit behind.
5 bets.
And 425. I think I see 425 already sitting aside. I don't know if that's by accident or design. I don't think Hernandez moved it since he made that bet. Oh no, it was off by 1.
Yeah.
I'm making stuff up.
Maybe he said he was going to call a bet up to that amount.
I don't know. And Hernandez locks it up now. Kings and 8s 2 pair. And bad news for Liberto is that he is going to like that card to keep blasting. Not a ton of aces going to get to the turn in Hernandez's hand, but ace-8 is one of them. I'm expecting at least one more bet to get in here.
What are you expecting here from Justin, Mike?
I wanted to say overbet at first, but I decided that was a little unnecessary.
25.
$1 million and a coin. Buck and a Q, if you will. Big buck. And Hernandez isn't going anywhere. So if he makes this call, he'll be playing about 3.6 behind, and there's going to end up being about 5.7 in the pot. I actually think Justin's sizing it up so that he can ram it on the river. If Hernandez makes the call, he might be able to find a double on this run out, barring any weird queens or something that Hernandez isn't a fan of. That'd probably be the only card that would give him pause, but still may be able to find a call even if he does get counterfeited.
Cool.
And he does just flat call with his aces up. And Liberto can't like that. Useless deuce on the end. And now, does Liberto have another bullet in the chamber?
Check.
He does give up. Action is back to Hernandez now. No bet's gonna get called here. I think large or small doesn't matter, but he should be putting something in here.
Probably just an all-in and a fold.
That's most likely here.
Raul rocking his Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood Florida hat.
I think he's got a jacket too.
And he's got the Guitar Hotel jacket, hoodie rocking.
Beautiful little trophy in the upper left.
Check. Sure.
Does check it back. He wanted to preserve his life in case there was some slow playing going on.
Yeah, when you're playing for 900K on top. And with the big jumps.
Yeah, another $45,000 pay jump for the next place elimination. A lot of money.
And that's why I continue to stay on the other side of the felt, Michael.
I hear you.
Thank you.
Good hand.
Thank you.
I love it a little bit too much, but the show must go on.
Another thing, great thing that the Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood Poker Room is doing is they're going to be sending players in the room up to Tampa for the upcoming WPT event that they have starting in a few weeks. So
You got a satellite running?
not satellites, they are adding packages to go to the nightly tournaments. Once again, you can go to shrpo.com, check out the calendar. The nights that those packages will be added are highlighted on the calendar. So
Go check out that calendar, find those highlights, and get those free big high stakes main event packages added. Go chase the glory. Justin Liberto, pocket fives, gonna open on the button. It's timing with a queen jack offsuit here. He's gonna lay it down. He's probably expecting Liberto to call pretty wide and didn't want to get it in too close. Not gonna be able to be too far ahead with the queen jack if he is ahead. Maybe one of these players knocks themselves out. Whole lot of nothing. Justin's five still in the lead. Queen 10 high for Brewer.
C5 it's 175. You want to hold these cards since you until you get your camera back? You need me to do that? No. And the cards, I can show it to camera 7 or something like that. No. Okay. You don't need it. Okay.
Production
Yeah,
team
sure.
ironing out the details. Takes a whole lot to make this happen. Big shout out to everyone here at Poker Night and Rush Street. Everything they do to make this happen.
nice to have Poker Night back after a 3-year hiatus.
Very refreshing. Very refreshing. Great guys here.
Yeah.
Been a pleasure to call the shots. Hope you've been appreciating it.
Let's call.
You good?
Yeah, beautiful set. If you want to come down and you would like to watch the final table action, we are in the meeting rooms right across from the Grand Ballroom. There is seating available if you'd like to come and watch the action live. And there's also chat available if you can't make it, right, Mike, on the YouTube?
Yes, please. I am going to try my best to keep an eye on the chat in the YouTube stream. Feel free to get in Poker Night on their channel. It'll pop up, says live now, final table of the 5300 championship. Big shout out to Herm Dog. Love the commentary. Hey, Mike Lockey, Tony Burns for the time being. I don't know how long Tony's going to join us. He's a busy man. I am trying my best. Big shout out to Al in the chat. Al can't hang. That is quite a name because as far as I know, he can hang.
Oh, Al can hang. And Al and our live updates team here,
Yes.
shout out to them. You know, shrpo.com, the whole series, all 45 trophy events, bringing you the action.
I rely on them quite heavily during my stay here this trip and all the commentary I've been trying to do. So big shout out. Appreciate it.
Those guys work hard, countless hours.
All right, back to the action real quick. Small blind, big blind. Brewer has another 9-5 off. He blasted off this way last time around. Sergio Ido, pocket kings in the big blind. Certainly raising is good, but calling's a little interesting here. If you think your opponent's willing to fire off some shells, maybe we just let him do it. I don't know.
I tell you what, Mark, I can't keep my eye off that trophy. It was nominated by the Global Poker Awards as the best trophy and made the top 4. Mike Sexton trophy brought home the glory last year, but that, I tell you what, that trophy is just
Which one's the Mike Sexton trophy?
the Champions Cup.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
that's
they
the
named
official name for it. Got it.
Yeah,
I knew that.
yeah, it's hard to keep up with.
It is.
Everything in this great industry we're in.
It is. Sergio is going to reach for raising chips.
Please.
Certainly nothing wrong with that. That 9-5 is going to get turbo mucked, though.
So we talked about some of the upcoming series, and I think I've heard you mention it in one of the prior streams. The Fun in the Sun, always a great tournament series, a little mini series after Christmas.
Like I was saying on one of the streams, like that series, for what it is just everybody similar to the November series, right? So one of the appeals to the November series is that Florida certainly draws a large amount of tourists, right? And so Grandma lives in Boca. I'll go visit Grandma on Thanksgiving. I'll have Thanksgiving dinner, and then on Friday I'll come play the $3,500 no limit before I fly home on Tuesday or whatever, right? So like, there's some appeal to that. So same thing with that December series. That there's a unique window of time between Christmas and New Year's where a lot of people are very free. They're doing a lot of stuff. They're in town. They're gambling, and that's just one of them where people just come from all over the place and they just punt it away, and that's quite fun. So.
Yeah, and people are on, on Christmas break or winter breaks. And
Yeah, home from college,
Yeah.
whatever, yeah.
Great series.
D1 course.
All right, Justin Liberto opened the action here to 250. Chris Brewer flat on the button with the Queen Jack suited.
Heads up.
Small blind out of the way and big blind out of the way. And a whole lot of nothing for our players. Queen high for both. 4-4-6 with 2 diamonds on the flop.
So I just checked in on shrpo.com, and that David Peters, he's up to his normal antics on a 3-way all-in, eliminating Michael Dweck in 9th for 70,000. David now over 1.6, and Dylan was involved in him with Queen. So make sure you visit shrpo.com. Like we talked to Al on the YouTube chat. This guy's working hard there.
Gotta admit, Tony, we're getting a lot of love in the chat. Unsilent Ninja, Herm Dog, David Nash, Kim from Tampa. Appreciate it very much.
I see some greetings from South Africa.
South Africa, Germany for Piet Paco, Francis Venter in South Africa. I don't know that I've met a South African I didn't really love. I'll just throw that out there.
Aces at the perfect time.
Oh man, our short stack pocket aces. Doubt he's going to fold this one. And he is reaching.
You
The
wanna
pump
change
fake?
it back?
No, yep, we are committing. And unfortunately, Brewer's got pair of 10s. Definitely going to play. Going to be in rough shape. He does need to be a little bit concerned here. There's 3 players still behind him. And now the pay jumps get very real. Difference between the next 2 spots is $50,000. Can't just willy-nilly rip in $7 million to isolate.
Cool. Good one.
Gotta weigh your options. Gonna flat call the 10s. Hernandez with king queen offsuit in the small blind. Gonna be in rough shape against the aces, but decides to let it go.
Good discipline fold.
Absolutely.
You have C1, huh?
Once there's an all-in and a call, both players are the other players are very interested in trying to see if he gets unlucky, and only about 20% of the time is Brewer gonna win, but hey, that's 20% of the time these players are gonna ladder.
Chris is on there shaking his head. He's
Yeah, a little bit of run bad for Chris so far.
Probably you don't want
He's played excellent so far on our streams. And bingo, bango, bongo, full house right on the flop.
to them. There, you become 4-4.
You're running really bad, buddy.
He's retired. You're better.
And that's going to do it.
Nice play, man.
Steinman, our 6th place finisher, gets his aces cracked.
nice to hear the applause for him there in the room.
I don't remotely feel bad.
Sorry, not sorry for Chris Brewer.
How long dinner break was?
Still a great payday for him.
He wants to take his mic off now.
186,000.
Fine day at the office.
Gets 15% of his stack in with 10s against aces. I was so bad. It was just sick.
It's good to hear a little banter down there on the table.
I didn't realize that. I mean,
Poker really has a way of making you just like say the thing that you're thinking, but like not understand the context properly. Like it's everywhere. We're all guilty of it, but like
For sure.
yeah, sure, running 10 to aces is a former run bad, but that guy getting eliminated is another former run bad. So it all looks a funny thing.
Like C1's complaining.
No,
Because we were talking about the series, it's great that
they have the
Seminole Hard Rock does a great job on here in Hollywood putting their tournament dates out over a year in advance. So if you go to Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open or shrpo.com, you can see
And
tournament dates all the way to September 2020.
that's truly like one of the most important things for anybody that wants a full-time schedule. I mean, like, you know, planning hotels around the year, like obviously August is a lot different than January when we're trying to get hotels, right? So understanding which weekend is it going to be, how far in advance can I get things, trying to get your reservations, and now rental cars have been a headache lately. It's just, I don't know, I really appreciate the fact that we know so far in advance where this is going to fall, so that, you know, obviously we can worry about the rest of our lives.
It looked like an open there, and
Indeed.
finding the ace king.
Yep. Brewer under the gun with the ace-7 suited. We are now 5-handed. And Colopy in the small blind, 3-betting the ace-king offsuit to 1.25 million. It's another 1 million for Brewer to defend. They're both playing about 8 million. Colopy has them covered a little bit.
race. C1 makes total 2.5, 2,500,000.
And Brewer going for the 4-bet. 2.5 million click back. That would work in a lot of scenarios. I doubt it's going to work against this ace-king offsuit. Let's see how Colopy wants to play it. All in, and a turbo muck from Brewer running into it once again. Colopy climbing up the leaderboard up to 12.6 million. Liberto still in the lead, 13.8. Hernandez in third place with 8. Other two players a little bit behind.
So as we mentioned, shrpo.com, not only just a blog site, but also the Twitter handle for during the tournament series. So make sure you follow Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood Poker Action on Twitter at shrpo and SHR Holly Poker for the daily tournaments, promos, and more.
I mean, you know, if you're a regular here, you might even want to throw the notifications on. I'll just throw it out there, you know.
Absolutely.
So you can get the updates right away.
Absolutely.
C4 raise it to 275.
Got a little shout out from Shetty in the chat. A couple OGs in the booth.
Everybody loves the Shed Rock.
Hope you've been well, sir.
Like we mentioned, the next Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open in 2023 is already on the website, and you can mark those calendars down. Mark it down on your calendar for July 26th through August 8th, 2023.
As advertised, 2023 on the schedule.
Well, we hope to see
C5
people
raises to
once again
250.
before then. Don't have to wait a year to come back.
Of course, of
But,
course.
you know, for some
Listen,
people,
you know,
they got that once-a-year trip that you know, this is the most beneficial time to come, or the only time that they can come.
you know, poker tournaments are a large commitment. Certainly, some of us have commitment issues, and some of us don't. But the getting here is obviously a priority for everyone, and blasting is so much fun that we want to do as much as we can. But obviously, time is everything. And action continues at our 5-handed table. Folds around to the small blind. Ido looking down at a 9-8 offsuit. Ido and Brewer are our two short stacks. Ido sitting a little bit shorter, 3.7 to start this hand. Still plenty of chips though, over 30 big blinds. Absolutely nothing to be afraid of.
Go.
And he is expecting to probably not get punished too much. Going with the limp. There's only 50 more to call in the 3-5 blind structure. Interesting comment in the chat.
Check.
Billy says, as smart as poker players are, you'd think they wouldn't have to constantly recheck their cards. You know what's even more interesting on that is the fact that these players, while on a live stream, are completely out of their comfort zones. You know, we even heard a little bit of a mention yesterday about, you know, the rail on this table is extremely high. So as you're sitting in it, you have nice and high chairs and they're extremely comfortable, but it's just it just feels different. You're like on another level. These players are used to having their chips closer to where their hands are sitting. So a lot of it's just like, you know, the way they have to display their cards, as you can see Hernandez does here. It's kind of just like getting more acquainted and getting comfortable. So I think they're going to end up having to recheck them a little bit more here. And action is real quick here. Ido with the fire with his top pair 8s, and Hernandez gets out of his way with his ace high.
Well, it looks like a break on the action, and they're going to get tapped, and I think I'm going to get tapped as well. So appreciate, as always, having me on Poker Night America. And so
Not everyone knows how far we go back, Tony, but it's always a pleasure to run into you, sir.
yes. All right, Mike, have a good one, bro.
Take care, buddy.
Hands cannot be killed.
Hunter, can you
And
get us
I
ace?
will be
If I wanted to.
running the
Good.
show
Pay for
from
me,
here
yeah.
on out. unless that changes, of course.
I have a bottle of water.
Yeah, but like, can we get the good water for free? Really? Don't tell me.
Can I do a double espresso Americano, but no sugar at all? Thank you very much. No.
Okay, thanks. Okay.
Oh, okay. Thanks. And then breaks every 90 minutes. Thank you.
Yes.
All right, we got a dealer change.
Is this level?
Glenda, one of our wonderful regular dealers here. Big shout out to her and Dwayne. Easily some of my favorite
Or go, sorry,
dealers
you
on tour.
You would? On my phone, yeah.
I believe you go from
Want to jump there?
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind.
No, I thought it was.
The 50-75 is real weird to have late.
Yeah.
I kind of dig it. I don't like all that small change. But it is weird when you don't have much bet sizing options. Like,
Yeah, I think the 50-75 was.
And the action continues. Ida with the Jack 9 offsuit on the button.
What's up?
Don't just when they go 5-10K and don't leave yellows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, whatever, one case.
Yeah.
And you're stuck. You
Two raises
two
at
and a half
275.
extra.
Exactly.
It's like a.
They used to do that here at 500, 1,000 already.
Yeah.
The small, so that's crazy.
But 5K, 10K is a lot on his Neil bubble.
Sure,
It's like
yeah,
insane
yeah.
if you can only 2 and 2.5x on the bubble.
And Colby with pocket 8s in the big blind. Ida with the button raised to 275.
Owen?
All in.
And Colby rips the 8 3-bet all in. Gonna take it down.
How do you feel about the 5-15, then 10-15 level? Like where it's kind of like the half repeat.
Yeah. That's weird too. Yeah. That's,
Very Florida.
yeah. That's, they didn't have that in this one, though, right?
No.
Because they let the hundreds in now.
Yeah.
I think they took the complaints.
I think that was more of a Florida, like side or post prelims.
They had it for a main one, so 500, 1,000, where the smallest ship was 500.
Really? It's wild.
Yeah, it's,
Savage's influence of coloring up chips and shit.
And Brewer decides to take a hand off with the King Jack offsuit. I'm sure his current stack size has something to do with that. He's a little more interested in being selective. Certainly an excellent fearless player. Action folds to Hernandez on the button with the 4-5 suited.
3 raises at 275.
275,000 is the button raise. Colby with the King 10 offsuit in the small blind. Decides to let it go. Hand does not play very well as a call, and 3-betting it can be a little dicey. Certainly a respectable fold there. Justin with the 7-4 not going anywhere. He wants to see a flop.
6 calls.
And the flop comes Ace Jack 10 with 2 spades.
Check.
Hernandez reaching for chips. Fires out a bet.
3 bets.
Gonna get it through. And a round of our applause. Raul Hernandez takes it down.
And that's got hot water in it too, right? Yeah. Have right now. Thank you. Can I get 18 minutes? Thanks. Appreciate it. I'll be here all day. Always tip more on camera.
of course. Yeah, I'm probably getting berated for asking for free water.
I was gonna leave it alone, Justin, but it is what it is. Don't hate the player, hit the game. Folds to Justin in the small blind. Jack 10 offsuit. Brewer's stack is much shorter than it has been before. These players have been battling. Justin with the limp in the blind versus blind, and Chris reaching for chips. Pocket jacks has Roberto in really rough shape. There's a lot of incentive for Justin to find an opportunity to put some pressure on Brewer here.
One raises to
He
400.
knows Chris likes to battle.
450.
Chris is fully aware of the implications of playing too big a pot unnecessarily at this stage of the tournament. Although as the short stack, Brewer is likely going to be extremely excited here if anything happens pre-flop. Jacks just rates to be roughly 1,000,000 times better than Justin's expecting him to have here. Justin wants to see a flop. 450 is called. And the flop comes 954. Well, Broward County area code. Jacks are still in overpair, and Jack 10 high for Justin is not looking all that exciting. Let's see how Chris wants to play. There's already about 1,000,000 in the pot. In position, he's probably going to go small is my assumption, something like 350 or so. And just like that, I'm wrong again.
One bets
Measuring out a lot more.
850.
850 from Brewer. Dynamics are changing a little bit. Justin certainly knows his hand is not best and is going to let it go. I'm wondering if Chris thought that the larger flop size would induce a check raise a little more often than not. Or maybe Chris was just trying to protect his equity a little bit with the best hand. We'll never know. And action continues under the gun. Hernandez, Jack 10 offsuit himself, gonna let it go. And in the small blind, Chris Brewer, Queen 8 suited,
Everyone goes all
rips
in.
it in. There's about 30 big blinds effective. Pocket trays are not going to be interested in flipping for that amount.
Okay, great.
Pretty big rip.
Thank you. Got it. Appreciate it.
If you guys are currently watching, make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. Appreciate all the viewers. Poker Night could use the help. We love all that we can get. And the action continues.
Two calls.
And blind versus blind, Queen Jack offsuit for Idaho limps in the small blind. Big shout out to Mr.
Three
Kraus.
raises to 450.
Appreciate you spending your afternoon with us. And Hernandez takes his option.
One, yeah.
Oh my god.
And away we go to the flop. Ido flopping top pair jacks. Still waiting to relay Hernandez's hand. This is a fun version of the stream as well, the what if game.
3 bets, 275.
Ido's got to like his hand at this point. He's not going to be going anywhere for this bet.
Two calls.
And Ido with the call. Offsuit tray on the turn. Pretty good card for Ido. He's going to check it over. I think this street's going to say a lot about the type of hand Hernandez is trying to represent. If we see a check back here, this queen jack's got to feel really good. If Hernandez fires a bet, we're going to shrink up quite a bit. He does find a check and 8 on the river. 10 now makes a straight for a 4-liner. Queen jack gets a little bit uncomfortable here. And we are caught up. Hernandez with the gut shot.
Two bets.
Ido decides to bet the river 250, nice and tiny. Brewer now rocking the hoodie. With a straight here, I expect Hernandez to raise.
Three races.
And indeed he does.
To 400. 500 or 900.
He raises the 900,000. And that was probably part of the design of this 250K bet on the river. Try to just get to the showdown. I'd be a little surprised if Ido finds a hero call here. And if Ido finds a fold here, he's going to be our significant short stack. I believe Brewer's still sitting over 6 million. If Ido's down to 2.6, he's going to be still at a healthy 20 big blinds, but when you are that 20 big blind short stack, it feels like you have way less than that. Couple shots at the rail. Ido makes the fold. The crowd goes wild. And as I mentioned, Ido at 2.6 million, 6.1 for Brewer. Hernandez up to 9. There's a lot of chips in play still. The structure is excellent here in the main event. And Brewer adding the hoodie, hiding that beautiful head of hair. Our YouTube chat is a little disappointed, I must admit. And Ida with the king jack on the button, gonna raise it.
250.
Gotta shake it off and go to the next hand. And Colby with the 10-7 suit in the big blind. I expect him to defend here and go to a flop. But in the meantime, in the YouTube chat, Tommy B show, man, should I go rip the $200 bounty tournament after work today? Of course you should. Quad stack bounty, get in there.
Four calls.
And to the flop we go. Ida with top pair kings, bottom pair sevens for Colopy. Gonna check it over. And Ida certainly expects to have the best hand here a reasonable amount of the time, just deciding how he wants to play it. Has to be very thoughtful in his decisions right now. Players are mindful of the pay jumps. Chooses 250. D Square wraps in the chat. What place did Kilker finish? I believe he got 8th last night. Excuse me, I believe Mackey got 8th and he got 7th. Let me get the exact details for you right now. He was fun to have on the stream. Liked how he played. Had some good stories about Bellagio and here. And on the turn we have a 6. Gonna give Colopy a gut shot now. 9 will improve him to the best hand. King's still in the lead.
Four checks.
And as a recap, for those of you just tuning in, with our 6th place finisher, UG Steinman, had his aces cracked. 7th place, Ryan Ginquetti, lost with his king queen against the pocket jacks. And last night, before we got going, find the other payouts. And yes, 8th place was James Mackey. He's a pleasure to have on stream yesterday.
625.
And 625 from the pair of kings. Yeah, our Poker Night in America YouTube chat is talking about the elimination of James Mackey last night. It was a gross one. I was actually reading it this morning. Looks like Mackey opened with 8s and flopped a set against Liberto. The flop came Queen 8-4 Rainbow. Set of 8s against King 10 of spades and just hit backdoor deuce of spades, jack of spades, and just check raised flop with his king high, bet turn, and blasted river right in Mackey's face. And the reporting of that hand was fun to read. And that pot was quite large. The river bet then was 2.9 million. And that is why Justin's one of our leaders right now. Kilker did finish in 9th place. He had queens against aces. That's how Chris Brewer got here. Kilker 4-bet to 3.8 million, and Brewer called off with the aces.
One raises to 250.
That was a big pot. And action continues this hand. Chris Brewer in first position, ace-jack suited, raising it up.
Five calls.
And Justin going to defend his big blind for the min raise. Ace-6 off. And a 6 for Justin. Going to give him the current best hand. Justin also has a backdoor club draw that's going to help his playability here. Brewer does have a gut shot for Broadway if a 10 comes.
One bet's 250. Call.
And a big card for Justin. 3 of a kind sixes now. He was in the lead, but it was possible going to be difficult for him to hold on with just a 6 on this board. But now I'm imagining he's ready to play a big one. Brewer's not going to let him. Checks it back. Brick on the river. And as I'm thinking this through, I'm expecting Justin to bet on the bigger side. It's about 1.2 in the pot. I'd be surprised if it's less than 800 or so, but he goes for the check. Don't blame him at all. He shouldn't rate to have ones. I was actually expecting him to bet because he might have gotten called by ace high. Literally everything missed. A 6 is one of the only hands, obviously a couple of the kings and queens or whatever that Justin has, but lots of straight draws missed, lots of club draws missed. I thought Justin was going to bet and try to get looked up by ace high. Another pot to Liberto, excuse me. These are the final 5 players at our final table in the 5,300 main event here at Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood in Florida. Hernandez 4 tray suited. Reaching for some chips.
3 raises to 275.
Colby gets out of the way on the button. Justin down, Chris down. And another round of applause for Hernandez. Mitch in the chat is asking about the PLO. There's actually been quite a few PLO tournaments this series. The $2,200 5-card is still running. They are down to 9 players in that. They're paying 6. Tony Burns and I were talking off air. That $2,200 deep stack 5-card PLO tournament got 115 players, generating a prize pool of $230,000. You love to see it. 6 players getting paid. That one's still running. That's in level 14, day 2 there. And there's another one, $1,100 6-max PLO that is running right now. It's only in level 2, just getting going. There's already 50 or so players in that. So if you are looking for some PLO, make sure you check that out. Yeah, our poker night moderator is saying 5-card PLO sounds like trouble. Well, one of the reasons people come to sunny South Florida is to look for trouble. So we're just trying to give the people what they're looking for. Ido in the small blind, king deuce offsuit,
2 calls.
going with the limp, and Hernandez in the big blind. Certainly going to raise. Any chips he can take from Ido is going to be useful in getting to the next step.
Three raises.
And Hernandez with the raise, going to take it down.
525.
And Hernandez chipping up, sitting around 10 million now. Calpe and Brewer stretching their legs. Five-handed action continues. And King Jack suited for Justin Liberto up front, playing 14 million, gonna get some chips
raises
going,
at
250. Brewer letting go the 10-9, the 10-6 also down. Hernandez in the small blind, Dolly Parton in the muck. And Calpe with the big blind, gonna fold 2 big stacks. Day 4. These players are putting in some long hours. Chris Brewer letting that hair flow again. Oregon State Ducks waking up the pocket jacks now. Definitely going to play. Open 250 here. Playing a little more than 5 million. He should be in 4th place right now, sitting 4 or 5 at this final table. He doesn't want to leave too many opportunities on the table, but he's got to be a little careful as well. Jacks is not the type of hand he wants to be careful with. Calpe mucking the ace-5.
6 or
Oh man, I appeared to have punted the Oregon. I was referring to the state of Oregon, not Oregon State. Yes, I know the difference between the Ducks and the Beavers, but you guys cannot hear my commas in my voice. It's a shame, it really is.
Five raises to 925.
And Justin, time to get a little out of line. King 4 offsuit. And I'm imagining Brewer is not going to find a tight fold here. He's still looking to play for that 900,000 first place prize, even though that next pay jump is enticing, especially with how capable he knows Justin is of getting really out of line like this.
All in.
So one goes all.
And he does indeed go with the all in, takes it down.
These guys are crazy.
We love
Facebook, or excuse me, the YouTube chat is absolutely loving seeing the hair, winning with a 4-bet all in. I'm not saying it's correlated, I'm just saying it's not confirmed that it's not correlated, you know? Unsilent Ninja loves him a turbo muck. See what I can do. Maybe Brewer has another 9-5 offsuit he wants to blast off with and get raised on the turn.
5 calls.
And Brewer with the 9-8 in the big blind. Justin limping the 9 deuce. If we're not giving walks here, we must have 0 in our range. Brewer checking. Chris Holland with a truth bomb in the chat. Yeah, we had Nat777, the Ukrainian player that just absolutely took over the stream yesterday. He had a fan base I was not expecting. Certainly played well. Didn't see where he finished exactly. I'll go ahead and look a little deeper into that. See, Andrew Moreno got 11th.
1 calls.
Oh, with all these really good updates from yesterday, I'm gonna keep digging. And a straight for Brewer on the turn here. Eyes were off the screen for a minute, so I did not follow the action. I'm going to make the assumption that Justin was the aggressor on the flop. I know it was limp check check, so there should have been 375, so
5 bets, 400.
and Justin 400,000 now. I think I'd lean towards a flat call here. We don't know that Justin has complete 0, but we also don't have any evidence that he's got a real hand based on how willing he is to fire. And deuce of spades on the end. Certainly, he did make a backdoor flush against James Mackey last night, but he does not in this hand. And Justin having a deuce now is somewhat interesting to him. He may actually bluff a little less often now. If he gets to showdown against some of the diamond draws, he'd actually have the best hand. Brewer confirming he does have a straight. See what kind of sizing he chooses.
$2 million.
1.5 in the pot.
2 million.
And with 1.5 million in the pot, Brewer does go for the 1.3x overbet.
So, thank you.
And now Justin checking out what he's got back. Looking like about 3.6 or so. I might have gone a little smaller if I were Chris, just in case Justin wanted to hang himself. We certainly don't know how likely he is to do that, but if there's 1.5 in there and Chris bets something like 700,000, I think it increases the chance that Justin's going to be willing to make it, you know, something in that 5.6 range. But I feel like he might be less likely to make it 5.6 million when you bet 2 here. So hard to say. Obviously, both are excellent players. I'm not trying to nitpick something completely unnecessary. Justin's going to take his time here. Certainly is a big pot. If he is able to make a good raise, it would swing the momentum quite a bit. It's not going to work in this example, but hero call seems a little unlikely. I understand the desire. I've certainly made some worse calls in my day, but raise or fold is a little bit what I'm assuming. The count off to the side tends to be a little bit more of a hero call.
I've called.
And he is going to go with the hero call. Hits a deuce on the end. Tries to get him. Could beat a lot of hands. Jack 9, Queen 9, diamond draws, ace high. And certainly no fear in Justin's game.
Almost good. What? That was almost good.
Poking fun at himself. That's the problem with polarizing bets, is that they are the nuts or nothing. It's he was trying to make it look similar. Justin could beat some of the extreme bluffs that have the most incentive to size up. Not that time, though. Chris Brewer landing a haymaker that hand, going with the 1.3x river overbet and getting hero called by a deuce. Some serious poker being played here at our final table. And Chris has had a swingy start to our final table.
See one goes all in.
And in the small blind, moves all in, 7-6 suited. Ido not ready to flip with deuces. Still sitting with 2.6 million, over 20 blinds.
They're annoying ones.
You ready? Or no?
Next time poker aces.
Just fucking gamble it.
I do. Next time poker aces.
No, next time less blinds I call.
H nine is a little low. Head suited and both tops.
Four raises to 275.
Kyle will be getting dealt pocket sixes on the gun, opens to 275. Action folds around to our big blind. And Hernandez in the big blind will defend.
Three pass.
Queen 10 offsuit. Fairly even Stevens going to the flop. King, Queen, Jack, Rainbow. Middle pair and an open-ended for Hernandez. Under pair sixes for Colby.
Three checks.
Hernandez checks it over. Sixes weighing their options. Board certainly favors a pre-flop raiser over somebody that's going to limp and call.
Four bets 250.
Or excuse me, other than someone that would defend a big blind versus an under the gun open. Colby is going to fire another bet. Do not expect Hernandez to go anywhere as of now. Middle pair and an open ender. Some updates for the players in the YouTube chat. Colopy and Liberto were some of the leaders. I believe Chris Brewer got some of his chips back. They should be fairly close. I'm imagining Colopy's in the lead, but the stacks are actually a lot more even than they've been in a while. there's 4 players that are sitting
3 checks.
relatively close, and then the 5th player, Ido, is sitting fairly short, still with 2.6 million. Big blind is 125K right now, so still plenty of chips for most of these players. 5 on the turn brings a spade draw opportunity. 6s are going to need some help. Queen's still in the lead with an open-ender, but interested to see what happens if another big bet comes here. There's already 1.2 in there. 700K might actually get it done.
Four checks.
But 6 is a little bit too risky. Don't blame him for checking back here. Deuce on the end. Backdoor spades do get there. Pair of queens still the best hand.
Three checks.
Hernandez checks his queens over, prefers to bluff catch if necessary. 6 now needs to decide, can they win at showdown? Can they bluff any of the better hands off? And decides against it. Queens are gonna win.
Queens.
And the chat is clapping before the showdown even happens. The rail crowd goes wild.
For sure.
And as I mentioned, chip counts are very even, 9.4 to 11.7 for 4 of our players. Not a lot separating them. Ido sitting shallow 2.6.
Also hot. This one's the opposite. It's so cold.
Yeah, I was thinking that yesterday.
Yeah.
If Ido keeps folding, it's going to be interesting how some of these pots differ than usual with some of these players. They all want Ido to bust next so they can keep playing. No reason to throw money away.
Two raises to 250.
And button open with king 10 for Ido. Colopy with the king queen. He ripped in the 8s. I expect him to do the same thing here. Rips it in. Gonna take it down. Another 2 blinds off of Ido's stack going to Colopy. And Chris gonna fold the jack trade. 10-9 for Ido. Taking a little inventory here. Saw him glance back over at where I believe the tournament clock is. I'm sure he is concerned about the next blind increase. His stack is gonna get inflated out. Does indeed fold. Ah, it was the brake stall tank. That's what it was. That's what I was missing. Don't have the clock in front of me.
Thank you.
And see Country here directing our players. They are going to take a break. We will be back here shortly to keep up with the action. Thanks for tuning in. We appreciate it. We are 5-handed here in the 5,300 main event. And we will be back shortly. Thank you.
I didn't touch anything. Which button? Take it.
No, it's salmon on the bagel. The tuna and the tuna. Break. I didn't know they were going to break. What? 5 still? What have you done?
I know.
Okay, this one, at least you
That's
trim
why
this
we
one.
have you, Augie.
You trim this one down at least. Well, I don't know if I want to make it last or not. Because we run out of gigs.
Right.
We gotta go to the mortals.
That's right.
Where did you leave our waters?
By those chairs on the floor back there.
I'd be able to get some chip cones on.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, yes.
Right. Do you need a pen and paper?
I will take a pen and paper. Sure.
If I can
If
find
you would
one.
like that.
Let me see-
Okay.
let me see
I
what
don't know where
what I can learn
country's
about.
taking a break, so. We're gonna do chip counts, Augie.
Okay. Oh, we went for paper.
Yeah, he's gonna see if he can find us some. You got that one?
All right, we have returned. Stream is going to be kicking back up. Players are returning from their break. Five-handed action continues. Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open $5,300 main event. Players are playing for this $900,000 first prize. We have one short stack, our 3-seat, Sergio Ido. It was somewhere in the mid 2 million range. The other 4 players are all sitting in a really similar area, somewhere between 9 and 11 million each. Roughly 4 times the amount that Sergio has. It's going to open up some interesting opportunities for some of the aggressive players. There might be a little more stealing available than usual.
No worries.
No, that's
Just make it up as you go.
that's it.
Got it.
All in.
Thank you.
All in.
And right away, Sergio Ido all in with King Jack.
Thank you.
Lines are 75 and 150 now.
Everybody's full.
Picks up 375 with that all in.
It's 150 now, eh?
Appreciate everyone that is tuning in the YouTube chat. Try to keep my eye on the action in there. Make sure you like and subscribe to the channel.
Seriously.
Big shout out to Poker Night and all the production team for making it happen behind the scenes.
Yeah, which stack is?
There was a comment earlier about a little surprised.
As well.
I think it was on Silent
Yeah,
Ninja saying something to the effect of, it takes a lot to make this happen. And there's a little bit too much action at the time for me to comment, but now that we're getting back going, I've tried to make some of this kind of stuff, and I thought I knew. I don't know. This is an incredible production behind the scenes. There's a lot going on. Do not underestimate that. But action continues here. Hernandez with the open ace-10, going to take the blinds.
From now on.
No applause.
Don't forget to use that.
Yeah, I've been using this one. That's a camera too, or no?
Oh, okay. I'm not sure if you can see that.
Yeah, what I mean is moving here.
That goes okay?
On Silent Ninja responding, yeah, he says when the camera pans, you see like 8 crew members for one for each table. Yeah, even more than that. There's like 3 rooms to make this happen. Just unbelievable amount of equipment, but fun to be behind the scenes. Sergio Ido, King Queen in the small blind, gonna rip it in. 2.4 million into Hernandez's big blind. Gonna take the blinds and hands. Looks like Hernandez trolling the likely smaller audience for Ido. Sometimes a golf clap is enough. Justin with the 9-7 in the muck. And Sergio Ido, ace-7 suited, super playable. He's been shoving a lot. Don't know that he wants to shove full 20 blinds here, but he has a change of plans on this break. He is letting it rip. And it's hard to get dealt anything, so he is going to continue to accumulate some chips. Might have had a pep talk or maybe ate his Wheaties on break, but he is not going to go down without a fight. 3.1 million now. Our 5th place finisher guaranteed $231,000. First place, of course, leaving with $900,000, and you can catch a glimpse of that beautiful guitar trophy over Ido in seat 3, glimmering like an angel from the heavens. And Hernandez with a very playable King 10 on the button. Expect a raise here. Colopy and Justin are the blinds. Both started and maintained as the leaders today.
300,000.
Colopy mucks the Jack 10. And Justin with the King 9. Getting a better price than the small blind.
Cool.
Doesn't need to turn it into a bluff quite yet. Wants to see a flop. King 9 against the King 10. And both players miss. King 10 high, still the best hand.
Check.
Hernandez has a backdoor diamond draw if that becomes an option.
Three makes it 225.
And the King 10 is going to fire another bet here.
Cool.
And Justin with the call. Just King 9 high. And he does find a 9 on the turn, but I'd like to believe he had other intentions. Probably was waiting for the turn or the river to find a spot.
Check.
But
If I take.
now he's going to have a change of plans. He has a hand that actually has some reasonable showdown equity now. He does know that some of the hands that are just overcards can contain a diamond, such as this 10 of diamonds, so it's going to make things interesting for sure.
At 675.
Hernandez does pick up a gut shot here. I missed that originally. And with that combo draw is going to size up 675. About half pot. And now Justin has a decision to make. I would imagine if the turn were, say, a 4 of spades, he might be interested in raising here when his hand was nothing. But now that it's a 9, it's kind of got to reevaluate things. This hand is going to be worth a call. Calls for 7, gets his quarterback, and river coming. And 9 on the river. Justin backdoor trips. Little does he know his best option is to check here. And with 2.6 million in the pot, Justin has to like his hand. Certainly a flush is possible. But there's a lot of worse hands that could put some chips in against him. His opponent's current hand is just king high. Isn't going to be able to call any bets. His best ability to extract chips is going to be to check. Justin must assume his opponent has some kind of jack or better because he is going to lead out here.
1.375.
And Justin does lead about half pot, 1.375. Hernandez is going to take his time here, weigh his options. Certainly doesn't like his hand, but he has rep strength all along. He could sell quite a few stories. And I know he's not reaching for calling chips. He's not going to call with king high. I certainly hope not. Like I was saying earlier, though, because of how close to chips all these players are, it could make some really interesting spots. I don't think a small raise will get it done, though. I do think if Hernandez wants to try to make Justin fold a 9 here, which he certainly doesn't expect that to be the case, but if he wants to make Justin fold a real hand here, I think you got to go big. That's easy for us to say because it doesn't cost us anything if we lose. And we are most likely getting a raise here. Justin once again proving me wrong. The best way for him to make chips is to bet. I think part of the factors that led to Justin leading the river here is if Hernandez had a one pair jack hand, I would most likely expect him to just show it down. Pretty sure Justin is trying to target a jack, but because he has nothing, it is not going to induce the raise. Just like Jimmy Bluffett said in the chat, Liberto sun running in Florida. Running hot, nothing wrong with that. That's what everybody came here to do. And Hernandez still appears to have in the 9 million ballpark, so even though he did lose a big one there, it's not going to separate him too much from the other players. He still should be fairly close to Colopy and Brewer. Justin reclaiming the chip lead.
If this was the level last time, I wouldn't have lost 2.8 million. I would have just marked, but 75, 125.
At the end, it says big, small, blind. They talk different.
Justin commenting on his 9 deuce off limp from a while ago where he was playing the 75, 125 level, and sometimes that 3-5 blind structure doesn't let you want to give many walks. Definitely say I can relate. Been there, done that. Got a couple new faces in the YouTube chat. Hit us up, let us know where you're watching from. We're tuning in live from Hollywood, Florida on a 30-minute delay. Colby in the cutoff, going to open 3 1/4. And Justin, Jack 10 suited on the button, not going anywhere.
It's up.
Colby opened the ace-9 offsuit. It looks like the blinds are going to get out of the way. And top pair for Justin. Ace-9 for Colby is just ace high for now. It does have backdoor hearts if that becomes an option.
Bet 375.
Colby with the 375. Justin's certainly not going anywhere yet with the call. And quite a card on the turn for Colby here. 9 of hearts gives him a second pair with the ace high and the ace high flush draw. Part of that backdoor has filled in. Step 1 of 2, if you will. And Colby weighing his options. Both players are playing about 11 million behind. 1.7 in right now. Top pair jack still the best hand.
Check.
Colby with the check. Don't mind this at all. His hand has changed in value drastically. It is also a bluff catcher on top of its flush draw value. Justin has not been afraid to float some flops with some speculative hands. Sometimes you want to pot control against him. Justin tries to play his decent hand and his bad hands quite similar. If you were going to float, you would likely be taking this as an opportunity to bet it. And Colby is definitely not going to fold here for 525. Things could get really interesting if he were to decide to try to check raise here, maybe make it 1.5 or so. That would leave him a lot of options of winning the pot almost always by the river. Even on bricks, I don't think most hands are going to be able to call 2 bets as played.
Go.
But plenty of good reasons to call, and he does so. River card is the 5 of hearts, backdoor flush for Colby. And Justin has to be sick. And after check calling on the turn, Colby leading
I feel like you've had like
is certainly
the
an
same
option.
stack for like 12 straight levels.
No, but kind of. Yeah.
Not sure how Justin wants to play it.
3 and 5.
Yeah. I was like,
Sometimes it feels silly just checking back one
stack.
pair on this 4 flush board and losing to something silly that you didn't need to.
Didn't think
On
of
the
it.
other hand, firing off a bluff into the stone nuts, well, that hurts too, so this is where he must decide. I think Colby's going to decide to lead here. I think he might check a little more often. I think this is more of a overall thing for players. We saw, I think Liberto checked a full house yesterday, and Mackey checked a set a few times. Some of these really elite players are going to be comfortable checking elite hands on the river, but you know, that's in a way that's because they understand, oh, the check raise is worth so much more, and you don't get it as often, but it's worth more when you do, yada yada. But there's also a reality that getting a lead bet called 100% of the time, or obviously not in this example, getting a lead called a higher percentage of the time versus the much lower percentage chance of getting a check raise in. There's a lot to be said about just trying to take your higher percentage play. At a final table, I think a lot of players are going to go that route more often. And Justin gets away with the pair of jacks. Ace high flush for Colby, gets in with the backdoor draw. What I do love about this game is everyone hitting me back with where they're from. Earlier we had Singapore, we had South Africa, recently Jacksonville, Boston, Oklahoma, Philly, Georgia, the room next door, California. It's a global game. You love to see it. Action continues here. Justin with the King 7 suited. One of our listeners, Andrew, tuning in from Naples, Florida. If you want to check back a couple days ago, 2550 Nolan cash game we had on here on Poker Night in America. Joey D from the pride of Naples, Florida himself put on a show. Him and Sean Deeb. A lot of action, a lot of fun. Make sure you check out that replay. Back to the action here. Justin Liberto raises his King 7. Hernandez defends the 7-5 suited. Both players make a pair of 7s. King high kicker for Justin, still in the lead.
Check.
Bottom pair for Hernandez. 5 kicker checks it over.
Check.
And Justin checks it back. Deuce is a brick on the turn.
Check.
A little surprised to see Justin check back twice here. It is just a pair of 7s.
Check.
Giving up too many free cards though. Has its own set of reverse implied odds. Queen of clubs on the river still should freeze action. Hernandez probably assumes his hand winning less often.
Check.
Hernandez checks it over. Justin. 800 in the pot. Does he need to turn into a bluff, or has he got enough to show it down?
It's 150.
I think he decided he actually has the best hand and is going for the thinnest value he can. He probably assumes Hernandez would bet the turn with a 10 or a jack, and even a queen on the river could probably see a bet. So he's trying to eliminate a lot of hands. He's not seeing much that his opponent has, or many reasons to check this King 7. He puts in a really thin value bet, complete minimum. Obviously a good price for Hernandez, but he doesn't want to give away 150. He doesn't need to. Six to 1 on your money is nothing to scoff at, though. That's what poker players tend to rationalize to themselves. Sometimes when you go too small, though, you induce a bluff. Doesn't think he can win at showdown. However, doesn't want to just give it up. Decides to turn his 7 into a bluff. And Justin's gonna definitely take his time here. 675,000 is the raise. And snap call. He goes with his read and wants to see it. King kicker will play. Great induce and snap call from Justin. I think his king kicker actually made a big factor into his decision there to value bet for 10. Hernandez didn't want to just give it to him. Thought he would try to win more often with the raise. Yeah, got nothing else to say about that one, but Justin just played it very well. Clearly knew quite confidently where he was.
You did that much funnier
To be able to
way.
take
There's
fourth
so many
pair
other ways
and
you could've done that.
induce and snap call.
And bump.
If I don't concuss myself today, it'll be a good day. I didn't post the wrong blind for nannies. That was someone else.
No, I just got like 3 chips like a witch.
And action continues. Hernandez in the small blind, queen 10 suited, gives a walk there. A little surprised to see that. Must be shook from his what? Maybe he saw Colby look at his hand and get a little excited. Who knows? Somehow he gave a walk with queen 10 suited into pocket kings. Easy game. Hey, blind versus blind battles against tough opponents, that's nothing to scoff at. He just thought he was a genius, turned that 5-0 bluff and got his face ripped off by Justin. That can be very, very concerning.
11-8 right there.
Raise 300,000.
Ido opens now 300,000 with his king 10 offsuit in the cutoff. Hernandez mucks on the button, Colopy down in the small, and Justin lets it go out of the big. Yep, Justin's hand was a 9-4. I was assuming that one had to be real bad. I feel like yesterday he might have actually defended that 9-4 a couple times, something similar. Stacks are definitely shallower on average now, so that becomes a little trickier. And you certainly don't want to bleed off any chips to the short stack. Could probably even make the argument Justin prefers to have the short stack right now. He is the most likely the most aggressive player left. And because of that, he's going to benefit the most from the short stack's presence if the other players are going to be making adjustments because of it.
To 325.
Ace deuce suited on the button for Kyle. We're going to be an open here. King jack offsuit in the small blind for Justin. Could make a case for a call or a 3-bet. He is going to call.
It's up.
Calling here definitely keeps some of the dominated hands along. And queen, queen, 8 on the flop. Ace high, still the best hand. King jack, not too far behind.
Check.
Still going to need a pair to improve. And both players check. 7 of spades brings 3 spades on the board. 950,000 in the pot. Let's see if Justin wants to take a shot here. Not a board that ace high is likely to call a bet on. Some of those ace highs, of course, have a flush draw. That would be the obvious exception. After Justin calls with a small blind and checks twice, you have to be a little bit concerned if you're Colopy if Justin has something like a small pair of 5s, something like that. If he has a hand like that, your ace was the only live card you had the entire time, and if that was the case, we were not expecting a fold very often on this type of run out, particularly the flop and turn a little more than the river maybe, but
Bets 250.
and after weighing his options, Justin chooses 250,000. Be a pretty thin call for ace high. On the river is a card that Justin can incredibly rep for value. Certainly Justin checking multiple times could easily rep a hand like a queen or something he had been slow playing. Colopy's ace high is not going to be enough to make the call. He's going to let it go. King high takes that one away. Brewer back with the hoodie on. The fans are not having it. Hernandez in first position, King 10 suited. Still playing somewhere in the 7.5 million range. It's over 50 big blinds right now.
C3 raised to 325.
$325 is the raise from the King 10 suited. And another identical hand scenario, Justin with King 10 offsuit on the button. I don't expect him to fold here. Calling and 3-betting are both somewhat equally in play, I would imagine. And just like that, he proves me wrong again. Hernandez is under the gun raise, looking strong enough that Justin not wanting to mess around. Also, after you rip somebody's soul out of their chest, they may not want to fold to you very much, so it's quite okay to take a spot off. Five-handed action continues. Brewer, ace-8 offsuit on the button. Expect the 300,000 raise coming. There it is. And Sergio with ace-3 suited in the small blind. Interested to see how this goes. He is going all in, and Chris Brewer is going to have a decision, but not so fast. Big blind, pocket six is going to let it go. And Chris is going to look at the numbers. Wasn't sure which direction he was probably going. He's announced he is probably folding.
No.
2775.
2.775. 2 point.
No.
Yeah, 2.775 to it.
Okay.
And Brewer is going to let it go. Not quite good enough. And based on how Ido had been playing, I don't blame him, but since the break, he has found his reshove stack and has chipped up a reasonable amount. He was down to 2.3 million not that long ago. Now sitting over 3, looking like about 3.3 or so. More than a 50% gain. Yeah, maybe not quite a 50% gain. Math is hard. Don't roast me. Five-handed action continues. Justin in first position, gonna muck the Jack-8. Chris with ace-10 suited, definitely getting in there. The Oregon Ducks, not Oregon State, got it right this time. Multiple comments in the chat. Mav saying, shuffle like crazy, dude, chill. Just call me saying that is a crazy shuffle. My man Augie, veteran here at Hard Rock and in Vegas. One of the best in the biz. And facing Brewers raise a 300,000. Hernandez in the small blind, gonna call with the 10-9 suited. Colby with King 4 suited in the big blind. Not a terrible hand to play multi-way. But he's got ill intentions here, reaching for raisin chips. 300,000 is the open. How big is he gonna go? Sizing up.
C4 raised to
1.5, see 1.4. 1.5
And more or less hitting the pot button. Chris got out of the way quickly, and Hernandez is in the tank here. Big 3-bet squeeze is gonna take it down. These graphics reset, and action has folded to Colby in the small line. And he is reaching for chips 550 now. 400,000 more. Justin is going to want to play a lot of pots in position here. Deeper the better. The large sizing in the small blind generally tends to be polarizing, very good or very bad. It's possible Justin was considering what a 3-bet would look like. And we are caught up. Pocket 8s against the King 10. 8s are still in the lead on the Ace 7-4 flop. Couple spades. Justin's the only one that has a backdoor spade draw. Colby is going to fire another bet. And I don't expect Justin to go anywhere quite yet. Ace is a little bit concerning, but it's hard to make an ace every time you're blind versus blind. And Justin is not going anywhere yet. Makes the call. This pot is already up to 2 million. And Queen of Spades. Justin now has a flush draw officially. Colby with a gut shot. Jack would improve him to the best hand as well as a king or a 10 as long as they're not spades. This board is certainly nothing for Liberto to write home about though. And is very vulnerable as a medium pair. Definitely not looking for a bet.
Wake me up.
Colby can pull the trigger. I do expect this to work, but he does not. For all the reasons it would have worked, he can't pull the trigger. And now Justin with the best hand, the best draw, but plenty of reasons to lack confidence. Justin decides to check it back, and river card is a 5. That is going to change nothing. Pair of 8's still the best hand. As long as he gets a showdown, he will win this pot. And Colopy will check the river. Justin's going to check it back.
King 10. Perfect.
Pair of eights will take this pot down. And if you guys are new here, you have not heard us discuss the edge player, make sure you learn about the watch to earn feature on the Poker Night website. If you know anything about cryptocurrency, you have a MetaMask wallet. It's connected to the Polygon network, which it'll help you do automatically on the website. Get that going and start watching the streams. You will start getting paid in tokens. Those tokens will accrue value over time, hopefully. But your attention is the middleman. You are worth money. We appreciate it. And make sure you check out Edge Network and watch to earn. Action continues here on the button. A7 for Colopy, likely to hit it up.
For raises to 325.
3 in a queue. Justin gets out of the way. Chris Brewer now in the big blind.
¿Te das cuenta de él? Cuando tuve 500,000. Eso fue una locura.
O menos, cuando mínimo.
Como 400, pero.
Cuando perdiste conmigo, yo agarré.
Solo inglés. Gracias.
Okay.
¿Dónde
Chris
está?
has pocket eights of his own now.
That he speaks Spanish.
They are still the best hand. Jack, Trey, couple diamonds. Colopy now has another backdoor ace high diamond draw.
You win sixes, right? You got the set at some point.
Yeah, I think I have set one time on 8-5.
Nice. When you say him, you're gonna use his
Perfect.
six properly.
Yeah.
And Chris checks his cards to make sure there's not a diamond in there. Down bet in position for Colopy. Brewer not going anywhere yet. See what the turn card is. And 6 of spades.
Check.
Chris with the quick check over. Don't think he's going to be looking to fold on the bet on the turn either. Against a button raise and a flop bet, even this turn bet doesn't necessarily mean it has to be a jack. And Colopy does check it back with his ace high and ace of hearts on the river now. Gives him the best hand. Chris knows it's a tough card. Even if it missed Colopy, he's likely to bet it. It's going to make this spot tough for him either way. And Colopy expects to have the best hand. If he wants to bet, how much does he choose? And he is reaching for chips.
Good. 925. 925.
And 925,000, about 3/4 pot. And Brewer's in the tank. Probably loved his hand when he was getting checked on the turn. Thought it was the best hand. It's ace of hearts is gonna make it difficult though. $925. And very disciplined fold from Brewer. Sniffed it out. Pair of aces on the river, giving Colopy the best hand. Colopy and Justin have separated themselves a bit from Hernandez and Brewer.
English, please.
They've now formed their own second tier in chips. Sergio Ito still fending as the short stack in 5th place. He's short stack still sitting with over 20 big blinds. Plenty of poker left to play. Maybe we'll see some bad beats, some suckouts, some coolers, all that fun stuff.
When are we getting the RFID chip?
13 of this.
Okay. Mother. All right, I got two. All right, you got me
You
this
got
one.
Good dealer change here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Five-handed action continues now. Hernandez, king, queen offsuit up front. Still over 7 million in chips.
3 raises to 325.
325 the current action. Justin on the button, Jack 10 of hearts. Definitely not going anywhere.
5 calls.
Very reasonable hand to call with in position. Chris Brewer, body language changes real quick. Comes to life and starts taking inventory. 7.6 in the stack. This pot's already got $1 million in it. Doesn't take much for it to build real quick. Chris is definitely gonna 3-bet. Might be a little too deep to just rip it, even though he may want to. Like 8 big blinds just chilling out there that he'd love to add to his stack. Yeah, maybe closer to 7. More often than not.
1 raises
Yep.
to 7 million.
A massive re-raise, almost all in. And quick fold, turbo mucks, if you will.
Oh, I was thinking you raised to 700.
And Chris valued those chips and wants them.
7 million.
Too small, yeah?
700 is a little small.
And Jim Colopy, first position, pocket kings.
4 raises to 325.
Makes the raise to 3 1/4. Action folds around to our big blind, Hernandez. He's gonna lay it down as well.
Chip lead.
Yeah.
Current 5th place finisher is going to win $231,000 for 5th place. 4th place will receive $305,000.
5 raises to 300.
3rd place will receive $412,000. second place getting 614, and our champion today will leave with $900,000 and a coveted guitar trophy. Justin starts the action 300,000 with his pocket deuces. Hernandez lays down the ace-6, puts some thought into it. And Colopy with the king-jack in the big blind. Don't expect him to go anywhere.
For cause.
And 10-6-4, couple spades. Neither player has one. Deuces are still in the lead. Not the ideal flop Justin was looking for. He knows he still has the best hand a reasonable amount though. But if you're called, it's hard to improve. This card now gives Colopy an open-ended straight draw. No spades, as I mentioned earlier, for either player. Deuces are still technically in the lead, but this is not a hand Justin's excited about. And for all those reasons, I expect King Jack to put a bet in here to try to take it down uncontested. Some of those smaller pairs are able to fold because of the way the board's running out. Colopy does need to be concerned a little bit. This queen probably connects with Justin a reasonable amount of the time. Justin was the pre-flop raiser in first position. He certainly could have some big spades in his hand that he checked back on the flop.
4 bets, 550.
550K gets a quick fold from the deuces. King Jack gonna take it down.
Every hand I bet, I think I'm 4 bet.
I know, I was talking earlier about the 3 seat.
I had them say seat 3 bets.
Yeah.
Just because of
I knew it was messing.
3 bet, 3 bet, 3 bet.
Yeah. Very active, that guy.
Yeah.
He's very-
It's impressive with 4 bet with a 3 bet there. Hard to trip.
Chris folding the 9-7 suited up front. And our short stack with 20 big blinds, Sergio Ido having the ace-king offsuit. He's been ripping quite a bit, decides to just go for the min open here. And we're gonna have some action here. Hernandez with the ace-queen suited on the button, facing the open from Ido. See how he decides to play it.
Four raises.
Hernandez with the 3
To
bet.
1.1.
1.1 million. Sergio's probably holding his breath, ready to go. In theory, Hernandez should not be able to get away here, but when he makes it 1.1, Ido knows he's not going away. So whatever fold equity could have been there, in a way, it makes Ido's hand a little bit stronger when he decides to go all in here. If Hernandez made it
So choose all
something
in.
like 650 or 700,000, hand's a little bit worse than Ace King might have also gone all in. But the quick call from Hernandez and Ido is looking to double up. Hernandez will be our short stack, or Ido will be eliminated in 5th place. King, trade, deuce, big lead for Ido. Hernandez needs a couple queens or some hearts. Jack's gonna open a 10 as an opportunity with a 10 and a 10 only. And a deuce is gonna send the double to Ido. our 5 players continue their play. The short stacks are continuing to double, and the stacks continue to even up.
5,
No player's been able to really break that 13 million chip barrier.
5,000.
But if somebody's able to separate themselves, it's certainly going to help them capture that $900,000 title.
This is a mark right next to his nose.
Doesn't matter if it's on the front. It only matters if it's on the back.
Yeah.
I mean, let me see the back. I don't think there's nothing on the back, unless you think there is. But if it's on the front, it doesn't matter.
It's right next to his nose on the card. No worries.
And country
I think
taking a
the
look at
back
the
looks fine.
equipment,
The
making
front's
sure
good.
nothing funny's going on. Players are within their rights to make sure security's up to par. Staff certainly doing their job to make sure that's the case.
When I start marking all the cards.
Oh. There was a one drop one time. They kept having most college. They had to go get a deck from the gift shop. They literally just went to the gift shop and got a deck and played with that instead. The WSOP college was so bad.
I had like 8 marked aces in my day 3 main event table this year.
Sketchy.
Good times.
Yeah.
They ironed out the deck.
I was deep in one of the PLOs one time and I kept finding multi aces. I wasn't too confident.
Hernandez getting dealt the ace 10 suited.
25.
And like they were only aces and the dealer just didn't see the trend.
Yeah, when I did it, we had the floor come over on the deal. I had to inspect every single hand.
Yeah, we had that too.
It takes so long when that happens. It sucks.
But the next dealer doesn't get the same, you know, it's like each dealer is telling the next dealer what that was.
Raising take
Vamos
the ace
arriba,
10.
vamos arriba.
Players exchanging war stories from the new WSOP Bally's this year. There's no place like home here in Hollywood, though.
Beautiful.
Muy linda.
Probably was the one in that one.
And after doubling, I don't get to walk now. Players are not going to be able to just run them over like they had been.
Ay, yo quiero pagarlo otra vez.
Sí, sí.
And 5-handed action continues here. Seminole Hard Rock, Hollywood, Florida. Sergio Ido in the small blind. Queen Jack suited. Hernandez, our current short stack, appears to be playing somewhere in the 3.6 to 3.7 million range. Maybe a shade more at the big blind in there. Expect Ido to raise. Moving all in is probably profitable, but is it the most profitable play? That's probably not
2
likely.
raises to 425.
And Ido chooses 425. And Hernandez ace-9 offsuit in this big blind. This is a hand that has decent value at showdown, but doesn't have all that much playability. Doesn't connect all that well. Technically the best hand, but is a hard one to play. I think I'd like to see him rip all in here, but he just lays it down.
Lindas estas.
Show one, show all.
Queen Jack.
Queen Jack.
So,
¿Qué pasa? Oh, he's coming.
Por fin, ya.
Boy is coming.
Creo que viene una vila ahora. Ya.
Two raises to
Ido wakes up
300.
with the king queen offsuit on the button. Gonna open it for 300,000. Hernandez gets out of the way with his 9 deuce. Colopy now weighing his options. Jack 7.
Four calls.
Does elect the call. Ace Jack 5, pair of jacks for Colopy.
More checks.
Gut shot for Broadway for Ido.
Two bets 300.
Ido following up with another 300,000. This type of board generally favors the button a little bit more than the big blind. Colopy has a really nice jack of diamonds though, and that's a key card here. Doubt he's going anywhere yet.
Four calls.
And Jack 7 does make the call. And pair of queens on the turn brings a double flush draw. Ido improves the best hand. Second pair against third pair.
Four checks.
Ido improved to a hand that rates to be the best hand a reasonable amount of the time, but certainly isn't something he's willing to stack off with. Be a little surprised to see a bet here. His hand is a great candidate to check back on pot control a bit. And in case he needed it to get a little better, he does improve to a straight.
Four checks.
And checks it over. Ido's certainly going to bet. Don't expect him to get looked up. Most of the time on the river here, you can go pretty small. If you want someone to look you up, they're not looking to necessarily call off a big amount. And if you want them to maybe try to take it away from you when you have the nuts, it's another way you can do it is by going small, trying to get them to hang themselves. Ido going with the full 1 million into the 1.4. Expect Colopy to weigh his options, but probably just going to lay it down. Not a lot of reason to make a hero call here. And since the break, Ido has been chipping up nicely. Started off a little slow, but he has returned with a force. Hernandez sitting at about 3.6 million is our short stack. Ido is in his low 2 millions at one point, appears to be closer to 8 million now. Chips are flying.
One raises to 300.
Chris Brewer, king queen suited, raises 300,000. Sergio gets out of the way. Hernandez on the button, lays it down. And Justin with a suited Jack 6, going to defend his big blind. Not ready to give it up quite yet. And 5-4 Trey Rainbow. Justin with an awkward open ender. Chris with the overcards, king, queen high, still the best hand.
Check.
Chris checks it back. 5 pairs on the board. Hearts are now an option, but neither player have any. And Justin probably expects his jack high to not be the best hand. I'd be a little surprised if he doesn't put a bet in here, especially when Chris checks it back. This board definitely favors the small blind a lot more than an early position opener. And another turbo muck. Chris Brewer
5 bets, 7 1/4.
lays it down.
1 folds.
And Jack 6 takes it down. Jimmy Bluffett in the chat wondering what position will Brewer finish. Lists his own finishing order. He's got Liberto, Brewer, Ido, Colby, and Hernandez in that order. Let us know who you're rooting for here today on the stream.
4 bets, 225.
Colby has the king queen offsuit on the button. Opens to 3 1/4.
One call.
That's check binding.
Brewer defending the king jack offsuit against the king queen. Ace high board not that great for either player. King queen still in the lead.
Four bets, 225. 1 folds.
And Chris lays down the king jack.
Another 4 bet.
Yeah, that was a crazy guy. We can switch seats. You can get really impressive and get a 5 bet.
Action folded around to Brewer in the small blind. King 8 suited.
We stunned? Stunned?
Should be playing a fairly similar stack.
Gotcha. Nice, Ray Lewis.
Check.
That's a nice little setup.
2 checks.
How's it going? Yeah. What are you playing?
King
Check.
7 deuce, all hearts. Decent flop for both players. Top pair for Brewer. Second pair and a 9 high flush draw for Ido.
Maybe we'll wrap this up before it closes out.
2 checks.
Probably.
And both players check.
We might chop.
1 checks.
And Chris checks his king again.
I'm done with him. I'm done with him.
And on the river is a
I'm
6.
not being nice to his face anymore. It's unbelievable.
1 bet's 300.
And river bet by the king. Brewer certainly under rep this hand. I'd be a little surprised if Ido's able to get away.
He's always like that to my
Part of
face.
the reason he was
Nice.
checking was probably because he wanted to call.
He can't handle it.
2 calls.
He'll show up. He's the
Five-handed action continues. I just want to say right now, I'm offended. We have 1,000 people watching on YouTube and we have 23 likes. I am not okay with that. Hit that like button. Give us some love. We're bringing this stream to you. Ido in the small blind. Rips it all in against Hernandez's big blind with 8-7. Gonna muck it. Threw a poll up in the chat. Who do you think's gonna win?
One raises to 300.
Chris Brewer with the open ace-8 offsuit, 300,000 to go from the cutoff. Hernandez in the small blind, 5-4 suited with the call. And Colopy with Queen Trey in the big, gonna lay it down. Five high flush draw for Hernandez. Brewer with a gut shot of his own with a 10 to make a jack high straight. Ace high, otherwise the best hand.
No checks.
Queen of diamonds on the turn. Not a great card for either player.
3 checks.
Five high flush draw checks it over again.
One bet 600.
A pretty busy board for Brewer to make a call on. He does have a gut shot at ace high, but I can't imagine he's all that thrilled with it. It is a spicy opportunity to put in a raise, though. 10-8 was already a straight before, so that's kind of a sell that's difficult, but King 10 certainly an option. Queen 9, other hands would make a lot of sense, but might have had that mixed up. Do apologize. Thought I saw the action right. Must have missed something. Brewer laid down the King 10 offsuit up front. Hernandez weighing his option with the 6-4 on the button.
3 is all in.
And raise all in. And these players are licking their chops, but can't wake up to anything, stealing the blinds. funny comment in the chat. Profion says, one thing I've learned having a business, having a bad customer is worse than no customer. That is a low-key lesson that I think not enough people know. Nothing worse than a customer that's dragging down the experience of everyone else that's trying to make it work. And it sounds like Unsilent Ninja's checking out. Much appreciate for the sweats. Appreciate tuning in. Action continues here.
325.
Five-handed final table. Ido opening up the Jack 7 suited from first position. Steals the blinds. Colby bucking the 10-9 in the cutoff. Justin on the button.
5
Has the
raises
jack
to
tray, gonna
300.
play. And Brewer's gonna fold the 8-6 suited in the small blind. Ido not interested in playing the 4 high. I feel like it's about time somebody got coolered. I'm just gonna throw that out there. These fans need some action. Everyone's playing a little bit too good. I'm just gonna say it, all right? You guys need to cut it out. We needed some punts. Someone to lose their mind. Ten-6 not gonna cut it for Colby. Justin now
5
with
raises to
Queen 10
300.
gonna raise it up. Action folded to the big blind.
Three is all in.
And Hernandez rips it all in. King 7 into Justin Liberto. Not afraid. And in our chat, Ethan Jackson asking, what's the ICM pressure between 5th and 4th place? Well, I'm so glad you asked. We are looking at a pay jump of $74,000, just shy of $75,000 between the next two pay jumps. So our 5th place finisher is going to get $231,305, Mr. 305, if you will, for 4th place. $412 for 3rd, $614 for 2nd, and $900,000 for the victory. And Chris Brewer finding the ace jack. And Sergio Ido actually has some chips to play some poker. It's been a while. He might even be able to 3-bet, not be all in. Might even be able to call. Ooh. And Ido
Two
with the
raises to
3-bet
9
on the
open.
button. Action back to Brewer. 925 is the 3-bet. A little more than full 3x. And Brewer is going to step aside, not willing to risk it. some of that ICM pressure could have been used right there with that ace-jack, but Ido had been playing so tight leading up to this. Can't blame Brewer for letting it go. Queen 10 suited, though, is going to be a play.
One raises to 300.
Colby in the small blind with ace-8 suited. Be a pretty rough hand to flat with, but 3-betting is definitely in play. There are worse flats too, of course. This hand plays just fine post-flop. And Brewer hopes the diamonds don't show up. 8-high board does connect with Colby. Queen 10 would still be live if it comes from Brewer.
Double up, and we will be fine. Huh? One double up.
One check.
And Chris is going to check it back. Pair of eights in the lead and probably feeling pretty comfy now. 4 of hearts on the turn. Colby deciding what's going to make him the most chips.
Yeah, they play but. Everybody play.
Four bets, 300.
Colby reaching for chips. 300,000, going to take it down. Sergio Ido in first position, 8-6 suited. Looking for raising chips, is going to play 3 1/4. Every time we get on one of these streams where we get to see all the cards, it's just so obvious that nobody ever has anything. When you're sitting there playing this game, it feels like everybody has a hand every hand. I don't get it.
Four raises to 325.
And Colby King Jack offsuit in the cutoff. Justin Perkin up with his King Queen offsuit coming to life. I would expect some 3-betting action here.
Five calls.
Justin continues his trend of calling on the button. Don't mind it at all. In position. Sure, he considers himself one of the favorites here. And Chris Brewer, King Queen offsuit, same hand in the small blind. Last time there was a raise and a flat. Chris ripped it in. 7.3 million though. That million chip main pot looking juicy. There's always something to be said when you can accumulate that much, but he is a little concerned that Justin may be flatting strong and he's not likely to get it through. He's going to let it go. And just like that, big flop for Colby. Jacks and Kings 2 pair. In with just a single king.
650.
Justin's in quite a pickle here. His top pair rates to be the best hand the vast majority of the time. Colby even took it upon himself to check over his top 2 pair.
4 calls.
Just going with the check call. Really looking for Justin to hang himself. Checks it over again. Definitely a tough spot for Justin. Has to like his hand on this board. Has to think there are some hands Colby would play this way that are worse, that would call some more bets. He's gonna need a queen to improve, and there's only a couple of those left. His king queen was already folded by our small blind Chris Brewer. And now
5 bets, 1.3 and a quarter.
1.325.
Yes.
Big bet from Justin. And part of what's interesting about this big bet is that I think it's hard for Colby to have bluffs if he check raises. Some of Justin's smaller sizes could get check raised with a little higher frequency, and that would lead Justin to need to make some calls. But when he sizes up a little bit like this, Colby's check raise just gets so much stronger. If he were to just check or call here and check on the river, I'd be very interested to see if Justin would be willing to go for value. And Colby getting a clear idea of how deep they are. Unless a miracle happens, this big pot's going Colby's way. Against a player like Justin, I might like a check call here. Of course we have the best hand. Of course we could lose sometimes to some random draws getting there, but he's just so willing to put the pressure on. He's just so willing to put you to the test. And that's even without knowing whether or not he's got a real hand or not. And in this example, he's got a clear real hand. Definitely weighing his options, not rushing it. Maybe he thinks the long tank can help sell the story that he's just barely trying to call.
Yeah, whatever. I can't call these 8. Nah, I just had these check off. I'm gonna open these a little bit.
Yeah, the chat's discussing a couple of different options.
You will win.
I might have suggested all in was possible, but that's certainly not the only option.
Jack off. Nice.
Something like 3 million, 3.2 million, 3.6 million, that's certainly all in play here. They're playing about, let's see, 8, 9, playing about 11 million effective on the turn here. So even if the raise was to 4 million, then there could still be a 700K river bet. I just don't know what kind of real stack-off job you could expect from Liberto here. You know, certainly ace-king. Is king-queen going to stack off when it flats on the button? Maybe, maybe not. And so if Justin has some thin value bets and some hands he's willing to turn into bluffs, sometimes I wonder if it's better to just let him do that. The chat blowing up Colopy for this tank here and bringing up a couple good points. It's quite possible this egregious tank could get Justin to make an easier fold than he would have otherwise. And it's not to say all long tanks are the nuts, but and there is the raise. Looking like about 4 million.
4 million.
It's pretty excessive, James.
Pretty excessive, James. First comment out of Justin's mouth. Turbo Muck's top pair. And it's pretty interesting. Whatever chances he had of getting paid off, Justin sniffed it out. Very, very good fold by Justin Liberto. And Colopy now, our significant chip leader, taking this big pot. Oh, Justin laying the law 90 seconds from here on out was called. Man, the chat is blowing up. Everyone's got something to say. I can't let it go quite yet, even though the stream is on break. Tell us what you think about that excessive tank. Big shout out to old school buddy Andrew Touchette showing up in the chat. What's up, buddy? Been a while. And this stream will be on break for the next 12 minutes. Catch you soon.
quicker on turn actions. Oh, we're gonna like 12 minutes, whatever.
No, it was 12 minutes.
We're not aligned yet.
Yeah, it was 10
Sir.
minutes. More than 10
You
minutes.
take 8 minutes against that on the top.
And we have returned.
Called the hand, Will. 7.5
The
minutes.
players are still discussing the last hand before the last break.
He just turned it on? Because
Yeah, just don't.
he just
Yeah, and then you guys
It's
have
not
been
good?
4 minutes into the break, a 10-minute hand.
okay.
Alright. Well, it was good for me, so I'm fine with it.
Justin has declared war.
I'm out of clock as you.
Told Colopy he will be calling the clock after 90 seconds.
Raise 400,000.
The Tommy B Show is looking for my honest opinion on that excessive tank. It's incredibly difficult to say, and it's obviously one of those things that is it's very impossible to say on the outside. And one of the things to consider is you don't know how your opponents are going to react to certain things. Maybe Justin interpreted it the other way and went the extreme response and thought there was no way he would ever play the nuts this way, and was able to like stack off with his king as a result. It's really hard to say in hindsight, but with that said, as everybody has said, I don't know that I've ever tanked anything close to that long in a hand. So I do want to catch it up real quick with the action. There is an action flop here. Justin has ace-10 suited in the cutoff. Hernandez defended the jack-10. It is a 9-8-4 flop.
400.
The ace-10 has the nut flush draw, and Hernandez with an open-ender, and only the live jack. The 10 is seemingly good for him. And just like that, Hernandez with the weak lead of 400, and Justin gonna pile it in and scoop it up. But yes, just to go back to the quick discussion we were having, I don't think there's ever a good reason necessarily to tank to that extreme. I'm sure everybody has their different opinions, but you know, some people like to be the villain and some people want to be cooperative, and there's in poker you don't get to choose the way the other people feel about that topic. So getting upset about it, getting frustrated by it, tilting, telling him he's a jerk, anything like that is just so far unnecessary and doesn't help anything. That and it certainly doesn't even make him tank less next time. That's not going to help, right? Like,
Raise.
also, we have no idea what he's actually thinking. He might have been wanting to check raise and fold to a 3-bet if Justin put it in because he was afraid of a set or something. And you know, we don't really know how many thought processes and decision trees he went through. So obviously, I'm trying to be excessively defensive about it, but I don't know. It is what it is.
Check.
Colby flops a pair of 5s with this 7-5. I do with ace-9 high.
Check.
And after checking twice, Colby weighing his option with a pair of 5s. All right, so this hand doesn't appear to be all that exciting. 5s are going to bet.
Okay.
Ace high is either going to call or fold, but probably not turning itself into a bluff. I'm actually really curious what the chat's opinion is. How long was that tank to you? I've heard all kinds of numbers being thrown around. poker players, particularly, I'm assuming the audience even more so, might be the worst human beings at calculating time or estimating time that I've ever met in my life. So while I do think that that tank was long, I'm really surprised to see the types of numbers for how long it was being thrown out. I don't think it was a long tank, don't get me wrong, but 10 minutes, have you ever actually tanked for 10 minutes? It's actually unbearable. Maybe I'm just caught up in the moment and running the stream, but that was nowhere near 10 minutes. All right, these numbers are getting a little more accurate. And a couple people are suggesting it was definitely more than 5, somewhere around 4 minutes on the turn alone, somewhere between 6.5 and 8 total. Okay, that's whatever. It was a massive pot at the 5-hand and final tables. You know, sometimes these people need to think about these things a little bit.
Cool.
I know he's going to call with the ace high.
0 5s with a 7.
All right, our detectives are on it. Andrew Touchette running the tape back. 4 minutes too long. Look, I understand. I get it. I try to be extremely aware of avoiding unnecessary long tanks. Unless for some reason I think it's going to cause my opponent to make a mistake, but that's so rare. I don't even bother with that stuff anymore. And Chris Brewer mucking the Jack 8 suited.
Sure.
And blind versus blind. Colby with the King 5.
Four plays to 725 total.
And raise and take from Colby. Jesse with the comment, every minute of that tank cost Colby about 20K value in real money. Yeah, he might have actually. I mean, I guess I just struggle with, yes, Justin was able to see right through it, and that's obvious as the way it was played. It was obvious at the time. I just don't know how obvious that is in every opponent that you're against. Now, obviously, Justin's a very skilled and experienced player, but I don't know. Just playing devil's advocate.
Only 2 3s only.
And all in with the ace deuce. Hernandez looking to steal some blinds. Not going to be in good shape if called, but lucky for him. Scooby-Doo. Andrew Touchette rocking the purple shirts for Bird's comment. You love to see it. Nothing like a good purple bird bounty, 1600 no limit. Usually they feature one of those somewhere on a Sunday here in Hollywood. We actually were talking about bounty tournaments earlier in this chat, and I almost brought up a fun hand I played in one of these 1650s where in level 1 I believe I got in kings against 9-4 off, and blinds were 20-50 at 12K big blind, just the way the bounty played out. And the guy KO'd me in level 1 with 9-4 offsuit pre-flop. So, you know, it's there's something about bounty tournaments that makes people want to get jiggy with it. Nothing wrong with a good purple shirt for the Purple Birds. Chris Brewer in the small blind, ace-10 now. Playing fairly deep since Ido's chipped up a little bit.
On.
All in. If I move on.
I agree, Taboo. I'm going to try to move on. Just wanted to get a last couple thoughts in there. Congrats on your 21st place finish. I believe you said it here. Appreciate you tuning in and checking how it's running. Hopefully I got a swap in with one of these fellas. No need to name names if so. None of my business. This is the final table. We are 5-handed left in the main event. Our 5th place finisher will finish with a cool $231,000, all the way up to $900,000 for the winner. It's hard to believe 2 of these players are going to leave with a difference of $670,000, but that's why we play the game. Big money on the line. And Kyle will be opening with the Queen Jack offsuit. Brewer on the button. King Queen suited with the flat call. And Ido in the small blind. King Jack offsuit. Flatting is pretty unlikely here, but he looks like he's getting some raising chips. As the blinds and antes continue to rise, action keeps getting higher and higher. There's already 1.2 million in this pot. Ido's sitting around 6.8 million. Could sure use that 1.2. Ido taking his time weighing his options here. Shove all in rates to be quite profitable. I would be very surprised for Brewer to find a call if he does it. Might be a little bit too deep though. Looking like a regular old 3-bet coming. Indeed.
1.725.
And 1.725 from Ido in the small blind. Colby gets out of the way, and Brewer with the best hand, but hard for him to know it. Lots of pressure. Players are really, really unlikely to get super out of line in the small blind. It's generally the spot at the table the players play the tightest by default. Obviously, exception could be the under the gun spot, but it's hard to 3-bet from there. Not really sure if a call is an option for Brewer. 1.3 million more. It'd be about 5.3 effective. Their stacks are really similar here. If he makes the call, the pot would blow to over 4 million, and they wouldn't have much more than 5.3 or so back. Wouldn't be a lot of poker left to play. He's probably wondering if a hand like 9s would fold to an all-in. Hand like ace-jack, ace-10, but decides to avoid confrontation, lays it down. Ida with the pickup, turns his king jack into a bluff out of the small blind.
Oh, yeah, sure. Thank you.
Domino.
Yeah, sí. Con eso.
And new deck for the players. Taboo telling a great story in the YouTube chat. I had not been aware that Chris Brewer's mullet is it's truly a troll, and apparently Gary Katz is paying him $1,000 a week to grow it and keep it. Clear no-brainer, easy game. Guess when you're rich, you just get to have fun at everyone else's expense for your entertainment. Nothing wrong with that.
Only 3's moving on.
And the quick fold.
Uno load.
Oh, wait there. Pain.
Nicholas in the chat saying hard to call that king-queen fold tight given the action. Maybe that's the second time he's folded a good hand to maybe avoid another suck out. You know, that's certainly part of it. You don't want to get unlucky. You don't want to lose. Getting fifth is significantly worse than getting fourth, and obviously the consequences are quite large because the stakes are so high. Yeah, I don't know. I think if you're trying to be conservative with king-queen suited, 3-betting it on the button would do significantly more for your ability to play the hand than flatting it and then folding when you induce somebody to squeeze because of all the chips in there. So, I mean, certainly Ido hasn't shown a propensity to get out of line too much, and Hernandez in the big blind certainly hasn't either. So that's probably playing into the fact that Brewer doesn't mind playing multi-way. But we do have a flop coming. Ido raised his jack-9 in the cutoff. Colby called in the small blind 6s. Berto defended his big blind with ace-6 suited. And after a check around, flush on the turn, ace-6 for Justin, making a flush. 7s and 6s, the second best hand. Colby's gonna check it. And now Justin with an excellent hand, and the pot not being as big as he wants.
Five bets. 650, 650,000, 2 4s.
And Ido mucking the jack-9, and now action back to Colby. These two had a little bit of tension before the break. I think it would have made for a little bit better TV if we didn't have that break, but we don't get to script it, unfortunately. It'd be a little surprising to see 6s fold here. There's a lot of worse hands Justin can have in the big blind than he'd be willing to bet. And 6s are going to make the call, and unless he hits a 7 or a 6, Flush is going to be the best hand. And King of Hearts on the river, one of the worst cards for Liberto possible. Whatever action he was hoping to get is probably not the same as it once was.
Check.
And sixes are going to check. And now Liberto certainly has the best hand in his eyes. You know, it is possible that Colopy called it the one heart hand that is now improved. Perhaps a hand that could be looking to bluff catch here.
It's 500,000.
And after firing 6 and change on the turn, Justin's gonna downsize. Polarizing river. Expecting a fold most of the time, but downsizing just in case his opponent wants to try to turn a hand into a bluff. Giving him a little rope to hang himself. I kind of think Justin's staring at the clock. I'm wondering if he's going to let the 90 seconds go before calling the clock on him.
Safely.
But Colopy trying to hero call with sixes on the river, doesn't want to fold for such a small bet. And Justin going to pick up another pot. Yeah, hands over taboo, sorry. You can go back to resuming your life. Colopy sitting about 14 million deep according to my eye counts. Think Justin's going to be sitting in the very similar range, maybe a little bit more. 7 or 8 million or so for Ido. Hernandez sitting about 3 million deep. Gonna be our short stack right now.
Let go, please. Oh. Actually, I don't have the
Thank you.
Sebastian as well.
Yeah.
But
I'm fascinated by how much the chat is clamoring 4 o'clock or some sort of shot clock. Having played with one,
How much rest
they're nice, but
there?
if you're concerned about the gamesmanship or the lame use of it or unnecessary use of tanking, I mean, I could quite easily argue in those shot clock events, people are going to use all 30 seconds a lot more often than, say, 12 seconds. And there's also way more extra thought process that needs to go into, you know, certain players use their time extensions as a leveling war all on their own. So Colopy just would have used his time extensions that he had been saving up for a couple of levels, and he would have wasted a bunch of them there. And this, it's more or less would have been somewhat the same story. Obviously, it may not have been quite as long, but I just, the players are going to do what they can, and I don't know that it's going to change all that much.
Yeah, I'm gonna have 10 fold.
And more specifically, have we used shot clocks here in Hollywood during the WPT events? I believe it's on day 3 they use the action clock. So I have one of those so far. Day 3 and a 3500. Action continues blind versus blind. Not a lot going on for either player. That said, for me personally, a shot clock would benefit me more than not, so it doesn't matter to me. But there's still other things to. There's other like leveling wars that are going on in your head. Yeah, Al helping us out in the chat here. The clocks go from one table to from one table from the money. Got it. Yes, that makes sense. So if they're paying, let's say, 6 tables or 54 players or something along those lines, then they'll probably at 7 tables introduce the clocks and go from there.
It's 200.
Thank you.
And Brewer takes some time with his king high. This was a min bet twice post flop from Justin. That hand ended up being a little more interesting than I expected. Taboo saying that king high would have been a solver approved call. I love the theory of solver approved versus not, just in the sense that when you're playing with these solvers and all these poker tools, they rely on your opponents to play a certain degree of quality. And obviously when it's Justin and Chris Brewer against each other, they understand each other is going to play a very high level of quality against each other, and they can rely on each other to have a lot of GTO concepts built into their play. But you know, when you're playing with players that are more or less strangers, right? You're on day 2 of a tournament, of a main event, and there's like, you're not even in the money yet, and there's a room full of people you know maybe 20% of them or so. I just don't know how easy and how much reliability you can have on people playing a certain way and making certain types of folds for min bets and all that jazz. So that hand ended up being a little more interesting than I expected, but all right, action continues here. Liberto has the king queen on the button. Ido defending the king 6. 5-5 ace. Relative flop for relative brick for both players. Kind of like Justin's check back here on the flop. This hand rates to be a way ahead or way behind situation. If Ido has any pair at all, he's obviously good. And if Ido has no pair at all, then clearly the nut no pair is the best hand. So Justin checks it back, and after getting checked to twice, I would imagine Justin probably thinks king queen high is the best hand. So if best hand what do, then probably a little protection, a little value.
25. 35.
Ido getting a little loosey-goosey here with the king 6 high call on the turn. I think that's a little thin. I obviously get it. I'd be afraid of Justin having a lot of one club hands here. So even if you want Justin to have 10 of spades, 9 of clubs or something like that, that's not even like king 6 against that hand is not that desirable. So I'm not sure about that call necessarily, but it's obviously so small that easy to say in hindsight. Sabu agreeing with my comment. You can't play GTO versus people that underbluff, etc. You'll get smashed. It's actually just so much. It took me a long time to realize this. You know, quite a few of you don't know me, but I do put in a lot of hours online and live. Play plenty of cash and tournaments. I'm not afraid to mix it up. Certainly learning different types of poker helps all your other games, but I used to think online gave you more information, but in reality, live truly gives you more information. And because of the more information, you can make better informed decisions if you're willing to use all the inputs that you have to your availability to actually make those decisions. So in the small blind here, Ido is going to put Hernandez all in. 10-7 is not going to cut it.
Look. No, I saw my first card was a 10, and I think was another 10 was a 7 in the back.
That's what makes the game great, though. There's no just one easy strategy that wins.
Bullshit when you got the 10s there on your flipping.
Oh, it was amazing flop for you.
Oh, yeah. It's a while, yeah.
I don't think he was flipping.
Yeah.
Our short stack Hernandez has the action fold all the way to him in the small blind. And he wakes up with an ace-king. I'm expecting it all in here. Sure enough, he's going for it. And Colby looking at his 10-6, not going to cut it.
I guess they're not paying attention.
No, my poop is gone. Just two.
Appreciate everyone for tuning in live with us here. We're on a 30-minute delay. This is the Seminole Hard Rock Poker in Hollywood. We are playing the main event, 5,300 no limit. A little over 1,100 players, 1110 I believe was the exact number. All bringing 5,300 to vie for this title. These are the 5 remaining players. We've been bringing the coverage to you live 6 days now. A couple tournaments, couple cash games. A feature table yesterday and today, as you can see over Ido's shoulder on the left. Beautiful guitar trophy of this hotel. My name is Michael Lockie. I am bringing the commentary here for you. And blind versus blind, Colby pocket aces. These two are looking to battle.
Put your table here for me.
Yeah, sure. But this coffee is not mine.
If I said anything that suggested there was anything other than 5 players left, I do apologize. That was not my intention.
14, I think.
And a quick show and muck.
What is it?
Chris,
Oh, 800.
this is your coffee. Okay. So now I'll put it. Okay. And I get coffee.
And of the 5 remaining players,
Gracias, Eddie.
they are guaranteed a minimum of $231,000. That is the minimum. Our first place winner is going to leave with an additional $670 for a grand total of $900,000. Just a no big deal, just a 900 piece. Now 2.5 million left to get paid to our 5 remaining players. Ido Muck in the ace-6.
Almost good.
Colby with a suited 8-7. Grabbing a bluebird on top of his
Raise to 4.
4 1/4 is the raise.
440.
Players are making sure to play as careful as they can. These pay jumps are significant. wouldn't want to punt it off and cost herself a pay jump. About 75,000 for the next pay jump, between 5th place and 4th.
All in. On this one,
And Brewer representing the E6 blind versus blind. A little deep. A little surprised to see it.
I've had some crazy I was on the bet line.
I think Chris and Ido are playing about 30 big blinds effective. I'd be a little surprised to have A6 ripping in there.
Both you guys four, one of us is a favorite to have a hand a lot. It's true. It just means both of you have recalled under a 7 in your hand.
raise 400,000. 6-5.
And Justin elects to raise.
Cool.
And our short stack defends his big blind with the queen 9 offsuit. Looking for something, any kind of pair to accumulate. And there's a queen for him. Let's see how he wants to play it.
Check.
Rates to be in decent shape against Justin. Sitting between two of the card readers.
It's 200.
And I'd be surprised to see a fold at this point for this bet. Justin's able to bet so small because the board is a little unique. It's going to give away a lot of information about his opponent's hand. 7 on the turn. Brick for Hernandez. Still waiting to see what Justin has.
But I'm so sad if you call.
I have.
But like if I shove, like my line will shove, I'm like, it's less sad.
Okay, good.
Which is funny.
Did you get the hand for this hand? The cards for this hand? Check. I'll make sure we
And 5 on the river. Brick for Hernandez.
check. Check, sure.
And check and check. Doubt Justin's going to check a better hand than that.
You got it? 2-5? No.
Hey, my support is going. Just two guys.
It's something in the cards because they are in the box. You want me to use the camera or?
I guess you should just turn them over.
He doesn't have to.
If it's speed it up, I can do that.
The best slow roll of all time.
Okay,
right
okay.
now. He just turns it.
They asked me if you can just leave it there, the whole hand. Something is wrong with the box or with the cards, but if you leave it during the whole hand, if you don't mind, you know.
I can use it in the box too.
Yeah, if
They,
it's box.
yeah, they haven't said that. Oh, no.
We got to think outside the box.
Okay.
Sorting out the technical issues here.
Sorry about that.
Can you throw off your cheek?
Give me a 1 round. 8-minute turn tanks can do it. But everything else is pretty much okay.
104 million chips.
Wow.
With a
knew
king
that
and a
about
jack.
1 minute in, I know.
Raise to 400,000.
All right.
King jack, king queen. I fold king queen, and you still find a king jack.
And Justin will continue the action. King deuce suited. Getting his needles in where he can, though. And Hernandez taking his time with the ace 4 suited.
Keep 3 calls.
And calls the 400. Call up in the big blind with the best hand, ace 9 offsuit. Him and Justin are playing fairly deep. Hernandez is the short stack right now.
has to be a mullet, is basically the toll. It's not like, as long as it's like clearly a mullet, it's fine. I can do what I want with it. Yeah,
Of course. 3 plays.
And Colby does elect to
Yeah.
call 400,000 3 players.
You can't see.
Jack, deuce, 4 rainbow. Pair of 4s for Hernandez. Pair of deuces for Liberto.
Check.
Ace 9 high for Colby still. Hernandez is going to check it over. Colby also with the check. Liberto elects to check it back. Binks 2 pair, kings and deuces gives him a hand that he is going to look to fire with.
Five bets. 550.
And Justin's ready to put some chips in. Kings and deuces are the best hand by a mile.
Cool.
And Hernandez getting a little sticky with his pair of 4s. And 6 on the river is a brick. Would be a little surprised to see anything but a bet from Liberto. He may not go that big though. I think if you were bluffing, he may go up quite a bit because it's going to increase the success rate of it getting through. However, this hand is straight cash, homie. He ain't going anywhere. He wants some value. What's the most he thinks he can get? Wouldn't be surprised to see something even as small as 400, 500K.
All in.
But that is the other option, of course. Rips it in. And quick fold. And Hernandez bleeding some chips there. Payouts are up on the screen. 231,000 for 5th place, all the way up to 900,000 for our winner today. And the Poker Night team is going to be bringing you the action all the way to the end. Hopefully I'm not here too late, but you never know.
Raise. You want to raise to 400.
And Brewer opening king queen off in first position. Ido waking up to ace queen offsuit next to act. Players are playing fairly deep.
Cool.
Ido elects to flat call the 400. Trying to pot control, maybe expecting a 3-bet to get a little bit too many folds. And Justin taking his time in the big blind. King 10 offsuit for Justin. I got a couple interesting ways to think this could go. Justin's looking to see if he 3-bets how it's going to be played out. Brewer might be getting sick of it. Wouldn't be shocked if he finds a 4-bet or a fold. And if he does find a 4-bet, Idaho's probably going to have to muck the ace-queen. Going to be fascinating. And Justin is looking for the ICM cage. Here it is. Pump up the volume. Turbo muck from Brewer. And now Idaho. 1.7 million from Liberto, not slowing down, putting all the pressure on. Can he find a back raise? If he does, he's going to scoop this pot and the 2.7 in there. Does he wait for a better spot? I think at some point you have to decide, are you playing for the win or are you just here to ladder? Sometimes you gotta stick it in here and just pray. You might look like a fool and run into kings or something, but you're gonna fold this one. It's gonna make winning pretty tough.
All in.
All in.
And he does indeed find the 4-bet all in. Turbo muck from Liberto. And his flat call did induce a squeeze. Maybe he was trying to induce Hernandez a little bit more than Liberto.
Ace queen? Live.
30 minutes for dinner?
What I was just told. Just got back from
You can eat in 30 minutes.
Yeah, we can't get dinner in 40 minutes. There's no way.
I'll talk to them real quick. I just got back from breaking myself out, so they just told me.
Yeah, like you did. See the guy here with some clout.
One hour is good.
¿Tú quieres cenar pronto ahora?
¿Eh?
¿Quieres cenar ahora? Dice.
No,
And we're
cuando
still
quieras.
playing 100, 200,000 blinds.
Yo jugaría un poco
Those
más.
red chips you
Oh,
see
that's
are the
bueno.
100K
Yo
units.
también, dejamos juegos si tú quieres.
You were saying that you don't want dinner break. Oh yes.
I don't think anyone wants a 30-minute dinner.
30 minutes.
For me,
Yeah, I'd rather have no dinner break.
I
For
prefer
me-
no.
Or delay it to the next one. and
Delay.
Just give us.
I will delay it, like.
for
so
me,
at least
15,
3.
for me 15 minutes. 15.
Si no.
Even 40.
40 is okay.
50 is just like,
for
you
the
can do something.
Asian places, for example.
All right, and we are back. Idaho leading the action up front.
See 2 raises. to
Gonna
400.
open up King 7 suited.
Goes to work. What time to fly?
10:30 to Spain. But I have
And
to.
Justin in the small blind,
if I
King
want
Queen
to-
suited.
My schedule has to be before 7:30.
You have a flight at 10:30?
We,
But I can reschedule it.
Yeah, you have to reschedule. Okay.
Hopefully.
Keep
Yes.
that calls.
Flight back to Spain?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
and these two players are gonna see a flop. Justin did decide to flat call in the small one.
2-5 checks.
Maybe being suited. Didn't mind him having Chris Brewer come along if he wanted to. Relative brick for both players. Jack Trey 4.
C2 bets 300.
And Justin gonna let it go.
What do you
Shout out to Hermdog in the chat, trying to get a thumbs up to the excellent plays and commentary. Hey, I appreciate it. I'm out here freestyling on my own,
Yes.
bringing you guys the shots here, Hollywood. My name is Michael Lockey. I'll be doing my best to bring it to you all the way to the end here. Big thumbs up to all 1,300 that are watching live. If you are one of these people that is hearing this voice, please hit that like or subscribe button, or both even. Why not?
Hanging out.
Poker Night in America is crushing it with the content. This is their first trip out of the house in 3 years.
3 races at 475.
And they are not slowing down anytime soon. And this is a pretty interesting spot already. Hernandez in first position, raises 475. His stack is pretty shallow, getting into the sub-big blind range. That might be his back chips. He probably has 11 blinds to start the hand. Using an open instead of a shove there is generally stronger than weaker, but the King 10 was able to get it through.
Yeah. No, they're watching the phone.
This I made final table in World Series, a small one, but my girlfriend was watching in the rail, and I was all in about to bust, and she didn't know. She was, take a photo with me. Sweet. And I go to bust.
Yeah.
No.
It's crazy, yeah?
So many people tuning in from the international sectors. Stefano, greetings from Italy. Good to see it. And Simple with the comment, buy Bitcoin. Whew. I got a lot to say on that topic, but I'm one of the bigger crypto bros, you know.
Two is all in.
Ido blind versus blind, ripping in the Queen 7. Hernandez with the dirty diaper.
I'm drinking this one, yeah. You can take this from me. You can take this one as well. Oh, my bad.
Are you poker deuces?
I have a
No,
bad
no.
hand this
Poker deuces I call.
flipping.
Oh, flipping?
How's it going? Yeah, 30-minute dinner break. Doesn't really work for anybody.
I'd rather we just don't do a dinner break if we're going to do that. Or we
Push
just
it
give
back
us an
one
hour.
level.
Push it back a level
And then
and
give us
give us an
longer?
hour.
I
or-
think push back.
I mean, can't give you an hour. It could be, I could give up to 40, but
45?
Could you bring a Kuro spread in here for all of us, and we won't even take anybody?
That's true. I'm okay with that.
Another option.
COVID's over in Florida for sure.
I will see what I can do.
Yeah, I'm fine with no dinner break. I don't care.
For me, no break.
Yeah.
For you, no break.
No break.
If we're only going to get 30 or 40, I'd rather just have no dinner break.
I'll see what I can do.
Okay.
Thank you, that's sim.
I think we all love sashimi.
Yes. That might happen.
Yeah, it's great.
And the players didn't get their free premium water request at the start of the stream. Now they're going for sashimi.
Could just be labor,
No.
could be unions, one of the protections. That was a good one, right?
The
Earlier it was the good one, actually.
Yeah.
One of the shoves, it was the good one.
Ah, it was a good hand. Poker 6.
6-4 earlier, right?
Sing in the chat saying, oh wow, I left a few hours ago and just came back. Can't believe Ido's still in.
Photo hard.
You know, the players took a break between levels and something flipped in Ido. He was the short stack at the time. He had
I play my
been
instinct.
not
I'm
having
down.
much going on. He had made a couple tight folds and something happened and he just turned it on and the other players weren't ready. He took a lot of pots down uncontested where he hadn't been getting out of line at all before.
It'd be funny to see everyone just struggling with chopsticks on the cameras.
Clearly a very good player. Ido has continued to chip back up, fighting for this title.
What time is it? 8:05?
You have time, but what time is it?
We started at 1.
You have to reschedule.
You have to reschedule in this break.
In the break, 34 minutes.
45.
And after some negotiation, looks like the players have settled on a 45-minute dinner break.
Next level's gonna be 250.
What exciting.
It's gonna be faster. You double or triple up
And
or
Galaby is going to open the action on the button.
It's better. I like more.
425, ace-9 offsuit.
500 with this blind is so nice for sure.
Started the day with 2 short stacks. They both got eliminated in fairly quick order. Sergio Ido was dwindling down for a bit, has since climbed back up to amongst the relevant leaders that are above average. Hernandez has been fighting back, once climbing up to around 9 million.
T3 raises to 475.
Oh no, the mullet hair fishing story gets worse in the chat. I heard he was getting this mullet prop bet. I was hearing 1,000 a month, not 5K a month.
200, eh?
Yes, 200.
Chris Brewer, a modern day court jester, making sure Gary Katz gets his entertainment. Dance puppets dance.
Be careful, say.
An easy one, only.
And small blind, Ido, king queen shoves, and the 5 deuce is gonna get a mug.
King queen.
Perfect. Perfect. I would have said you want to go fast to spring, but when I saw my card, it's really bad.
Ooh, the plot gets thicker with the Chris Brewer prop bet. Someone's chiming in, it might be 1K per week, not 1K per month. Man, how rich.
Yeah, 4 hours good for me in the airplane, but
7 hours.
yeah, it's a lot, yeah. Because one day I have to go one
Take
day.
some pill, sleep.
It's good.
Poker players are known for needing money to do incentives and being willing to put it all on the line when they're paid.
See 2 calls.
And relatively interesting spot for Ido here. He has the queen jack suited. If he were to open to 400K and get shoved on for the 3.2 million or so, he was probably gonna have to fold. Now as played, he can get Hernandez to limp behind. And now Galaby in the big blind, weighing his options with Jack 8 offsuit.
Before check.
Gonna check. Ace queen tray, pair of queens for Ido.
T3 bets 300.
And Hernandez is gonna lead out here. 3 1/4 limp pot. And Ido's not looking to fold here. Has a queen at least. Hernandez certainly could have an ace, but it's not necessarily the first thing that they're gonna get put on. Eight on the turn is a theoretical brick. Hernandez goes ahead and fires again.
Okay.
And Ido reaching for his cards. Gonna make the quick muck here. And Hernandez with that pot. Gonna chip back up a little bit. Well needed for him. Sitting closer to 4 million now, 4 and change.
Light one. Light one. Regular.
It's perfect. I like it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not sure.
No, so.
Five-handed action continues here from the Guitar Hotel here in Hollywood, Florida. It's quite a sight to see if you've never been here. You should definitely be on your poker destination list.
When I drive my truck,
They just do it all a little bit better here in Florida.
I sleep with that.
I'll be mucking the king 9 in the small. Justin with 8-7 in the big, facing a min raise from the cutoff. And does make the call.
Put a plant in there.
Oh yeah.
And a pair of queens for Ido. Not a whole lot going on for Justin. Checks it over.
Really green, yeah.
Mint. Straight mint.
It's not good.
And with the pair of queens, Ido does check it back. That king is certainly not a great card for Ido. Doesn't help Liberto either. Perhaps Ido is looking to try to get Liberto to fire off a couple shells with an exact type of hand he has. And Justin does check it. Queen 9 with a gut shot now.
That's 400.
But that is going to be a bet and a take. And these players are definitely tired. Dinner break is coming up in a little bit. They're on day 4. Some of them might have even played 1A and 1B. Could be on their 5th straight day of main event level poker. Our third place finisher is going to get at least $231,000. And in the small blind, Justin, Queen Trey suited. Chris has been a little quiet recently, trying to avoid any ICM disasters.
5 raises to 550.
And Justin races 550K, almost full 3X into the small blind. And Brewer's going to muck the 5 high.
That's the universal gesture for you.
I guess.
Guess you're eating soup or something.
I know.
Some with a spoon.
Yeah.
And Hernandez back to over 4.2 million, gonna muck up front. A lot of chips still in play. A rare walk. It really hasn't been that many now that I think about it.
8.
These players are not looking to quit.
Me gustan más a mano. A mí me gustan los más a mano, ¿verdad?
No, esa era bonita, esa sí que lo había jugado.
Son lindas.
4 raises to 425.
And Colopy pocket fives opens it up 425,000. And Hernandez in the big blind, king 10 suited. He's still our short stack, but this is going to be a hand he's going to want to see the flop with, I expect.
Three calls.
And indeed, he does make the call. 2 players to the flop. 1.1 million already in the pot. And the flop is ace, king, jack. Pair of kings, the best hand for the big blind.
3 checks.
Even though Colopy only has 5s, this board should favor his raising range versus Hernandez's calling range. Would be reasonable to see a bet in here.
Four bets, 400.
And Colopy does follow it up with a 400k C bet. Don't expect Hernandez to go anywhere quite yet. Although he may not want to stack off this hand unless he improves.
3 calls.
He does make the call. 2 players heads up, almost 2 million in there now. Deuce of diamonds on the turn, complete brick for both players.
3 checks.
And when Hernandez does call this flop, it has to be cause for concern here for Colopy. Can only win with a 5 or a bluff.
Four checks.
And the ace of diamonds on the river does bring a backdoor diamond draw. Neither player does have that.
3 checks.
This does improve the ability for the aces and kings to call a river bet, I think. I'm imagining Colopy's going to shut it down here. If he does want to fire it in, Hernandez is going to be in a tough spot. This call would be a lot easier since the ace came, though.
Four checks.
And Colopy does give up. Pair of kings, gonna take it down.
Kings.
Aces, kings with jack. And Hernandez back to 5 million.
$6 million.
Need 1 million.
And Justin does muck the king 4. Has been playing that hand a little bit recently, but in cruise control right now.
2 raises to 400.
On the button, pocket 5s for Ida will open to 400,000.
I don't know more of these, hey.
Gonna steal the blinds.
More of these 6 million.
No. Have to do something to roll.
Before, 2, 3
You are
million.
ready.
And Chris will lead the action. Gonna find a fold here with the queen tray. And pocket aces for Ido.
2 raises to 400.
And Hernandez finds a fold. And Justin with the Jack-8 offsuit. Probably gonna defend.
5 calls.
And indeed he does. Pocket ace against the Jack-8 going to the flop. And the top set for Ido. A little sneaky gut shot here for Justin. A 9 could be fireworks.
45 minutes. Ball. We already. The ball.
2 bets.
And the set of aces.
Yeah, it should.
And Justin's probably not going anywhere for this small sizing. Gonna try to pan for gold. Dig out a 9 on the turn. Justin's probably unlikely to lose more chips unless he makes a pair. I would imagine most of the time he's just gonna check fold here.
5 checks.
And Sergio just trying to figure out what he can get. And the set of aces with the check back. Probably figured Justin's gonna fold a pretty high percentage of the time. Maybe they can get a bluff out of him. And the board runs out as dry as possible. Offsuit deuce, offsuit tray. Justin sitting here on the river with Jack high. But he knows that his opponents know that he's aggressive. Sometimes be careful, you can't just take every opportunity that comes your way.
Bets 500.
And Justin is going to step out for 500,000. And those chips are not coming back for Justin. Sergio weighing his options. He's definitely going to put in a raise here. Only hand that could beat him would be a 4-5, and there's no way Justin would have played this hand that way.
Two raises.
And there is a raise.
And 450, 5 folds.
Justin does fold. And Ido gets an extra bet by checking on the turn. Getting the most out of his set of aces. And current chip counts, Brewer is our new short stack, 4.1 million. Hernandez 5.1, 10 for Liberto, 12.1 for Ido, and 12.6 for Colopi. Still anybody's game.
Las cosas cambiaron.
Ha cambiado un poco. Vamos a ver. Va el dinero break.
Colopy waking up on the button. Ace-king offsuit.
C4 raises to 425.
And Justin gets out of his way with his 9 deuce. Chris Brewer in the big blind. Jack 10 offsuit
C2 calls.
with the call. And Brewer flops a 10, 10-7 tray. Colopy with some backdoor hearts. Brewer checks it over.
C4 checks.
And Colopy with the check back. Quite a card on the turn. 3 of a kind for Brewer. Colopy picking up the nut flush draw. I expect a bet and a call at the bare minimum at this point.
One bet's 450.
And after the flop going check, check, Chris Brewer, 450,000 on the turn.
Four calls.
Colopy not going anywhere with his nut flush draw. He probably thinks his ace and king is good a reasonable amount of the time if it comes. And just like that, queen of hearts on the river. Colopy making the nut flush. And Brewer's 3 of a kind in the dumpster.
One checks.
He's going to check it over.
Four goes all in.
And Brewer clearly disgusted. Colopy rips it all in. While Brewer is in the tank here, knows he's folding, just thinking it through. If you're in the YouTube chat, make sure you check out David Tuthill dropping bombs, landing haymakers. And Chris Brewer looking to land a haymaker. Maybe offset though.
Fold.
Fold.
And lays it down, clearly disgusted. He will later realize that's a good fold. Very frustrating set of cards for Chris Brewer. He knows he's got to shake it off though. He's still in contention. Is our short stack. Checking out the other stacks. Playing about 2 million effective.
2 calls.
And Justin with the open on the button, king 8 offsuit. Sergio Ido defending the jack 5. A little surprised to see that. He is going to outflop Justin though with a pair of 5s.
Two bets, 300.
And Sergio with the lead here gets the fold from Justin. And action's going to fold around to Ido in the small blind. And given a walk, Hernandez actually had it in the big blind.
Nice time, nice time.
But he may want to brag about that, but I don't know that he would have been able to call if it was an all-in blind versus blind there.
No, Sergio me dijo, te voy a dejar esta.
They had been having quite a few blind on blind battles. Ido finally gives a walk, and Hernandez wakes up with a real hand.
I have very bad. 9-4 off.
And Brewer waking up ace king suited. Trying to get an idea of how deep he's playing.
One
It's
raises
gonna
at
open.
400.
And right behind on the button, Sergio Ido ace queen offsuit. I'm imagining we are going to see a confrontation here. And Sergio indeed puts in a raise.
1 mil.
2 raises to 1.25 or 1,025,000. Yes, 1.025. C1 is all in.
And indeed he is all in. Ido gonna make the call. Ace queen against the ace king. Brewer's in great shape to double up. This is a 3-1 favorite.
The same that happened to me with you. Oh my, you got it.
And king on the flop for Brewer. Straight draw for Ido, though 10 actually gives him an additional out than just the queen. Ooh, four-sider, not quite the right one. It's a 10 and a 10 only. And the river card is another king. Chris Brewer with the double up.
I was close.
Suddenly finds himself back to 6 million.
9, 7 million.
Nice count.
And
Okay.
Brewer now back in 4th place.
2,
Hernandez still the short stack now at
2.5,
5.1 million.
Casi, casi, bro. You know?
and very few players have been able to break that $13 million ceiling.
Always a sweat. Huh?
Always a sweat.
There is indeed always a sweat. That's why you're tuning in here at pokernight.com, or the YouTubes or the Twitches, whatever it is that you're getting into.
Poker is crazy, you see that? Ace king, ace queen, ace queen, ace king. Same flop.
No, you told him to go shot.
Got shot.
Yes, indeed. It has been five-handed for quite a while. The stacks are still quite deep. It may be a long night here, folks. I appreciate you tuning in. And in the small blind, Colby waking up.
Crazy game.
Pocket kings. Justin's been quiet recently, but he's also been a little card dead.
One races. To 750.
And this could be an interesting spot. Colby with the pocket kings in the small blind actually makes it a little bigger than usual. Justin in the big blind with ace-jack offsuit. I'm wondering if this larger than usual size is going to send some more signals Justin's way. He was able to get out of a little bit of a tough pickle before with top pair against top two pair when Colby had him smoked. And just flat calling with the ace-jack. And 10, 8, 7 rainbow. Brick for both players. Justin does have a gut shot.
Four checks.
And Colby does indeed check it over. Keeping it tricky. Similar to what he did with the king jack when he flopped two pair.
Five, that's 350.
Ya de 231 a 305, ay, sí es muy bueno.
And now Colby, how does he want to play his pocket kings?
I have a question when we get out. I have a question when we get out.
Four calls.
And kings go with the check call. And queen on the turn now. Justin picks up a double gut shot. So a king would be the grossest of all the cards. That would give him Broadway. He still has that gut shot with a 9 to make the queen high straight now rather than jack high straight. And of course that ace would bink the best hand for one pair of aces. Colby's still playing it coy, letting Justin do the betting. And I don't expect Colby to deliver a check raise here. I would imagining he's probably going to be in check call mode, would be my assumption. Just don't think a worse hand would call you if you check raise here. And there's quite a few hands that could be better.
Five bets.
And Justin is going to fire with his 20% hand. Justin Liberto has 9 outs if called. Colby got to be liking his overpair. The board is getting a little sticky, a little coordinated. I just find myself when I'm in these spots that if I try to raise here, they just fold all their one pair hands and call all their two pairs are better, and that doesn't sound like a great place to be. But of course you avoid losing. King 9 or ace would give Liberto the best hand.
Four calls.
And indeed, kings with the check and call. And a deuce on the end. King's the best hand. Colopy checked it over twice. How does he want to play this one?
Four checks. 5 checks.
And Justin checks it back. Kings will take it down 4.5 million to Colopy. And he's now our chip leader. And just like that, I think the players are on their dinner break. We're going to be taking what I believe to be a 40-ish dinner break. 45-minute dinner break. I want to thank you all very much for checking in with us. Feel free to keep the stream running in the background. Like and subscribe to all of your favorite Poker Night content. My name is Michael Lockie. I'll be calling the shots with Hear You until the end, until a $900,000 champion is declared. Until then, have a good one. Take care. We'll be back in 45.
Raise to 525. Seat 4.
And we are back with the coverage of this final table. Thanks for tuning in. My name is Michael Lockie. I'll be calling the shots. This could be a long one. These players are vying for a $900,000 top prize. And we're going to get this action continued.
All in. Moves all in.
And right away we got some action. Colopy opened the button. Brewer 3 betting all in from the big blind. Hope you guys enjoyed your break. Here are the updated chip counts. Hernandez, our short stack, with 5.1 million. As I mentioned earlier, these players are vying for a $900,000 top prize.
2 new, yeah? New cards. Muy nuevo.
Sí, son they harder than the normal. So they're not that hard, but you gotta get used to it.
All right, if you guys are still with us in the YouTube chat, feel free to hit us up. Let us know how it's going, who you're rooting for, who you anti-sweating. Let me know how you're feeling. And after having the Jack 5 raise fold, Colopy gonna open the Ace 10. The big blind is now 250,000. Players are playing 125, 250 as the blinds. And Sergio Ida was our short stack for a while, but he has accumulated some chips. He is now among the leaders of the 44 million in play. 9 million is going to be in the average ballpark. And trays are technically still ahead, but Queen Jack 7 not that desirable. The Ace 10 has a gut shot. 10 of spades could bring some opportunity as well. Ace high is the best hand a reasonable amount of the time.
That's 625.
And as expected, Ace 10 with the gut shot fires a bet. Trays are gonna relinquish the best hand. And our action continues.
250, yeah?
Yes, 250. Ace 525.
And Colopy having some very playable hands to get started here.
Yep.
Queen Jack is going to be a raise. Small blind down. And Hernandez, our short stack, in the big blind, going to muck it.
Two boys there.
Yeah, I have 2 now.
Spain.
Ido gonna muck the button with the Jack tray. Hernandez 9 Dewey in the small blind. He is our short stack, but still has a decent stack to play with. But he's gonna give the walk. YouTube chat clamoring about some of the local delicacies here at Hard Rock Hollywood. The Asian restaurant up front getting a lot of love. Kung Pao chicken udon noodles. I like the General Tso and the pho. Speaking of pho, it's probably Chris Brewer's response when you look down this Ace King. 500. And a raise and take for Brewer. No action with his Ace King. All the new viewers to the YouTube chat can't get enough of Brewer's hair. It's literally been half the conversation today. There's a likely interesting story involving a prop bet with Gary Katz. I certainly don't know the exact details, but we've heard a couple wild different numbers about how much he's getting paid either per month or per week just to rock this hairdo. But it was definitely brought up earlier that, you know, when you're sitting at a poker table with strangers, and if you don't know who Chris Brewer is, then you, for better or for worse, aren't going to play against someone the same with that kind of hairdo than somebody without. So it is a relatively fascinating aspect to your game. Some players dress up in costumes. Some players let their hair grow out. Anything for action.
550.
And our short stack is going to open up the action with King Jack offsuit in the cutoff. Colopy going to get out of the way on the button, and Justin is in the tank in the small blind. Ace 10. Hernandez playing about 4 million back. It's very unlikely, and Justin making the fold. I don't mind it at all. Ace 6 for Brewer now. Doesn't know that one of his aces is already dead.
Cool.
But either way, he's going to want to see a flop.
Check.
And Ace Queen 7. Gut shot for Hernandez in position. Brewer, weak ace on the flop. 6 kicker. He is going to check it over. Hernandez fires off 350 in quick order.
Cool. Check.
And now we're on the turn. Let's see if Hernandez wants to fire another shell. He might just check back.
That's Christian. Right that way. That's Christian.
There's 975.
And Hernandez firing a second shell. Brewer's ace with a 6 kicker. How does he want to play it here? Possible flush draw on the turn. It's hard to expect Hernandez to be barreling off king high here.
He's so random. He's like super tight and like opens. Ridiculous right here.
And Brewer is going to make the call. A little bit of table chatter behind. And river card, Jack of Hearts, gives a pair of jacks to Hernandez. A check by Brewer. And now 4.1 million in the pot. Hernandez gives it up.
Aces.
Brewer gonna win with a pair of aces. Big pot sliding his way.
Keep going with this.
I don't think Brewer could have held on if he fired another one, but he If Brewer was able to call, he would have been out of the tournament. At 2.6 million now, he is down to just 10 big blinds, and I'm expecting him to try to look for a spot to double up. And players are sweating a $75,000 pay jump between 4th and 5th place. And action folded to Brewer in the small blind, queen deuce off. He is going to call. Ida with the queen 7.
Check. It's up.
And off to the flop they go. King 10-8, couple diamonds. Idaho 7 plays for now, but he's going to need that 6 and another card below this 6 to come that isn't a deuce for that 7 to play. Might as well chop this pot a reasonable amount of time. And now Idaho's got an awkward straight flush draw. 7 of diamonds. 9 or a diamond could improve his hand. And Brewer's gonna let it go.
The bid was 375. Thank you.
And lots of action going on here in Hollywood. Big shout out to Al and the reporting team out there helping me out, sending me the info on shrpo.com so I can get it back to the listeners. And Brewer tanking on this Jack 5 suited on the button. He's going to put in the raise. Ido getting out of the way. Hernandez in the big blind, very shallow. And he has the queen 5. He is going to peel flop here. And now with a mere 1.9 back, these players are going to the flop. I'd be interested to see how small Brewer is going to be willing to bet on this flop. Queen 5, complete airball. Jack 5 also an airball. And I would imagine Hernandez is going to check raise pretty much any pair. So Brewer can just go as small as he pleases. It's going to be effective at any size, and it looked like about 350 was enough to get it done. Indeed, that's what it was. Five-handed action continues. And Chris mucking the ace-8. I think that has a lot to do with the fact that Hernandez is in the small blind. He's going to be looking to force the action here. Ido on the button, going to open the ace-7, and Hernandez with his jack-8 excuse me, Ido open called the 250. He had done this once before when Hernandez was short. And Hernandez decides to complete. Not sure if that's what Ido was looking for. Colby now, queen 9.
Check.
Gonna check it. And nobody connects on the king 10 deuce. Colby has a gut shot. Ace high technically the best hand. 2 players check.
See, 2 checks, 300.
And Ido bets a mere 300,000 here. There's $1 million in the pot. And Colby not going anywhere with his gut shot. And just like that, Ido spikes an ace. Best hand remains the same, but his confidence factor is a lot higher now. For those of you that are just tuning in, these red chips are 100,000 apiece. Every one of those 20 stacks are 2 million.
It's 1 million.
And looks like 1 million is those 10 red chips in the pot. Colby has about 14 million in red, another 2 point something million in the 25K dark blue navy chips. In the bottom right of each player, it shows their chip counts. And Ido's ace is going to take it down. Big shout out to Hard Rock Hollywood for everything you do for poker. This was not a thing 10 years ago, but slowly but surely Bill Mason, Tony Burns, Jason Heidenthal, many others involved, but truly created a destinational location here for poker. Love to see it. And Hernandez now.
Face.
And Jack 10 offsuit in the small blind with a raise.
825.
825 blind versus blind. We're gonna take it down against Justin Liberto. 7 deuce suited in the mug.
Yeah, I don't know why I got it. I looked up, I thought you had 150, and I just like automatically. But
Yeah, this is a level you only get to play when you're sitting deep, using the 25Ks instead of a 5K in a smaller level.
Face. 525. Take 4.
And Colby raising with the king queen suited gets the takedown. These players are being very cautious of the short stack. is about to face a $500,000 big blind and a big blind ante, $250 apiece. And he's going to need to get something working here, or he's going to be our 5th place finisher. And King Deuce suited is going to be plenty good enough for Hernandez. He's going to be all in, 1.6 million.
How much is that?
And Liberto looking for a count. He's been a little bit inactive for a while.
1,675,000.
Sitting on about 6.1 million. About 25% of the stack.
Cool.
And indeed, Justin with the call.
1 and 2, 4. We have 3 and 6, 5.
And we have a showdown. King high against the queen high.
The clubs.
3 o'clock.
And 4 million chip pot. Hernandez needs to stay alive to double up. So far, king high in the lead. Justin's gonna need a queen or a jack. 4 diamonds isn't gonna help. 6 outs left on the river. And 7 clubs. King high holds.
Thank you.
King Deuce. High.
1.6.
My option.
And Hernandez still a short stack. Liberto not too far ahead of him though. 4.4 million against 4 million. Brewer 9.3. Ido 9.5. Colopy climbed up to 17.1.
He's holding this one.
Big
on me.
favorite right now, holding about 1/3 of the chips in play, slightly more. But there's going to be plenty more big pots to play. 4 more players are going to be getting eliminated, whether they like it or not. Time to go big or go home, gentlemen.
He's holding.
And Justin now sitting on 4.4 million, facing a 200K big blind.
Raise 500,000.
Going to be quite shallow.
Heads up.
And just like that, Hernandez able to defend his big blind. 2 players heads up. And guess what? They got the same hand. Who loves it more? Jack 9-9 on the flop.
Check.
We're going to check it over.
It's 250.
250 from Justin. Nice and small nosers. If he's going to miss, there's nothing he can do about it.
Go.
And gets ace high to call. And queen on the turn helps neither player. They're going to chop this pot if they get the showdown. A 10 would give both players a straight, even if it is the bottom end. And after getting called on 9-9 jack, Justin deciding if he wants to fire another barrel. That 1.8 million in the middle would be quite nice in both player stacks. And sure enough,
That's 450.
450 gets it done. 25% pot's all it takes. Ian goes and gets a couple of his kids back from his other stack. And Colopy is our big blind in his hand. Overwhelming leader right now, big favorite. Chris has been on quite the roller coaster at this final table. 9-8 offsuit, gonna put it in the muck, and that's a good decision. Pocket queen's right behind him. Sergio Ido has limped a couple times on the button. I'm wondering if that's gonna make it a little fishy when he decides to open, but
Raise.
Call it.
So 2 raises.
6.25. So I had 28.
If you're a big nut.
Yeah.
takes the blinds.
They get out like 6 each.
Yeah,
But
I know.
like 20.
Players chatting with the rail between hands. And Sergio Ido mucking the jack 6 after picking up that last spot with queens. Hernandez with the deuce tray, not interested. Our small blind with the king 9 offsuit.
Just feel hot, Jim.
Justin speaking it into existence.
Raise. 6 makes it 800,000 total.
And queen jack offsuit in the big blind for Justin. If this were 6 tables left, I would imagine he would be all in a pretty high percentage of the time here. Short stack in the middle is making things rather difficult, though. These players are well aware that there's a $75,000 pay jump, and it's only going to get larger from there.
No, there is not.
Justin's also interested in that 900,000 first prize,
All in.
and indeed he is all in. 5.3 million over the 800K open, and he's going to take it down.
It's time.
Scoops it up. Yes, poker is a game of incentives, and when the incentives is hang on for one more spot to pick up a nice $75,000 payday. Turns out the players are going to make some adjustments. Can't blame them. I would too. I'm sure these players are struggling with where to draw the lines, of course. Colopy on the button, reaching for raisin chips.
Raise. 6 makes it 525.
And Justin with the jack 10 of hearts in the small blind.
Go. 5 calls. 4 spins up.
Brewer gets out of the way with the 5 tray suited, and we're going to be heads up. Justin's jack 10.
Check.
And check it over.
$400. Let's see. 4. Go.
And Justin gonna peel a turn card here. King of hearts, giving him some opportunities. Still jack high, gonna check it over. We don't quite know Colopy's hand yet. if he's got another barrel in the holster.
It's 625.
And Jack High going in the muck for Liberto. Hernandez with pocket sixes up front, sitting on about 11 big blinds. It's going to be the big blind coming up next. And rather than ripping it in, he's going for the raise. Don't think I prefer this. It's actually going to look a little bit stronger to his opponents, in my opinion. But he's going to give Ido the opportunity to defend with a coin flip. Certainly not a coin flip with just a flop, but. And there it is, pair of queens, gives Ido the lead. Hernandez in rough shape now. Gonna need one of the two remaining sixes to improve.
It's 400.
And 400,000. Now the action's on Ido. Ido really taking his time here. Check raise is certainly viable. And that's the way he goes, all in. And now action back on Hernandez. Pocket sixes. Even if he finds a fold here, he's about to be the big blind for 250 with a 250 ante. So he's going to instantly lose a quarter of his stack in the big blind. He's going to have to put another 15% in the small blind next hand if he folds, and that's going to be 600 of his 1.9 left. And he is going to go for the call here. Sixes are going to be in rough shape here, looking for a double up. Needs one of the 2 out sixes, some running straight cards, or he is going to be eliminated in 5th place. And 4 of clubs adds some life. Never easy. And Ido looking for the knockout, pairs the 4s. Raul Hernandez, our 5th place finisher, played a hell of a game. Local favorite, brought the rail. You absolutely love to see it. Great run, buddy. Great game, well played. And Country will escort you to your $231,000 payday.
The face was paid.
The remaining players, chip counts, Alberto, the short stack, 5.4. Brewer, next short is 8.6. Ido, just shy of 13 million. And Colopy, 17.2 million.
You have what?
I have 8.7.
5.5.
And now,
13 Napoli.
next
Sergio's
payout is
out of the cage. Let's go.
305,000.
Punter off now.
I thought that was the case, Justin, being very responsible, obeying the ICM overlords, trying not to punt off his equity. But now that he is the short stack, the onus is on him. He gets to call the shots. The other players are going to be worried about him being short and the likelihood of him
Quick 7 went to
being the next one up.
I mean, we went 9. If you count the actual fall of the final table, we went 9 to 5 and a level.
Yeah, that's fun.
Like it took like an owl.
Yeah.
And then we played wild, 5-handed or something.
That's interesting. Everybody's busted out in order of chip stacks too, so Sergio's next. How we started the net.
And Ido limps small blind, king 8 offsuit. Colby taking his option with the Doyle, Brunson, 10 deuce offsuit. And Ido's going to get out of the way.
Dust off the table.
Four-handed play continues here. Our fourth place finisher guaranteed at least $305,000. All vying for that trophy you see in the upper left. Oop, not anymore.
Por eso
Way
yo
back.
ahora sí con
Beautiful guitar-shaped hotel. And Colopy with the 10-7 off, limping the blind versus blind. Justin, 7-6 suited. Still a short stack. Has to be careful here, but also not afraid to go and get it. And this is a big time flop for Justin. Bottom 2 pair. Middle pair and a gut shot for Colopy is nothing to scoff at either. I would expect at least a couple bets to get in here. And Justin with the sneaky check back of the 2 pair. Trying to stay under repped. Every little chip that he can extract adds a lot of value to his short stack. It's hard for him to know that Colopy flopped a hand that could have called a bet on the flop. And even though the 4 does complicate matters a little bit, I don't think Justin's all that concerned about it. He is going to put in a bet 300 here. And I doubt Colopy's going anywhere. He picked up a 5 for a chop. 10 and 9 going to give him the best hand.
Go.
And River 4 is somewhat irrelevant to this showdown. It does make Justin's hand shrink up to him. And he is going to check it down because he is going to lose to an 8 if he had one, but 7-6 is going to be slightly better 2 pair over 7s and 4s.
what?
And Justin going to scoop that pot. Sergio Ido is going to muck the Jack 6. And Colby having the Queen 7 suited on the button.
Raise. 3 made a 5.
Goes for the raise. One of the more interesting ways to be able to watch our streams here on Poker Night is to go directly to our website, pokernight.com. If you have a crypto wallet in your browser, a la a MetaMask wallet, you can connect it right on the site and you'll start earning tokens, edge attention tokens, for all your activity there. You want to watch the streams and it'll help the network. Make sure you check that out, pokernight.com. Hit us up in the chat if you have any questions. I think it's pretty neat. I use it personally. Not just a spammer, actual customer. I do think we've kind of just had a few hands of not that good at cards. I would imagine Justin is going to be looking to accumulate and isn't going to be afraid to put in some 3-bets as they come available. Everyone's still taking a bit of a small ball approach though. And Brewer now. 32 big blinds or so. Ace-10 offsuit on the button, going to raise it.
It makes it 500,000.
Takes the blinds.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
You play 18 million, right?
Yeah, like 17 too.
Right. Mi pregunta si después sí debería.
All right, we got a dealer change. Players are stretching their legs.
Cierto, quizás. Puede parecer.
Now Brewer, ace-9,
One raises to 500.
gonna make a raise. And Ido mucks the king-10. Colby getting out of the way with the ace-deuce, and Justin in the muck. Another raise and take. Now Ido pocket 4s, putting in a raise.
Two raises to 500.
Colby with his suited jack-9 on the button. Let's see how he wants to play this one.
3 calls.
And he does make the call for the 500. Justin's going to get out of the way. So does Chris. And King 5 Trey on the flop. A couple diamonds. Neither player has any. Fours are still in the lead. Most of our confrontations shorthanded are going to be from a button or in position player raising against one of the blinds.
3 bets 500.
This is going to be one of the rare situations where the caller is in position and has post-flop position, so some of the dynamics change with some of the c-betting tendencies, how likely players to check certain hands over and whatnot. Somewhat relevant here is Ida's going to bet and take it down. Jack 9 getting out of the way.
Three raises to 525.
And Colopy raising first position, ace-5 offsuit. Brewer now in the small blind with pocket jacks. Really hasn't been many 3-bets recently. Definitely going to be one here. And it looks like it's about 2.2. So Colopy with the open to 5, 525, and 2.1 back at him. And Turbo Muck from Colopy. Brewer with the takedown. And for those of you guys keeping track at home, one of our Big Four events has recently wrapped up. Josh Hadcock won event 25 in a 4-way chop. 2,700 no limit event, generating a prize pool of $1 million, 435 players. Josh is leaving with $151,000 for his efforts. Bobby Luplo leaving with 146. Francis Anderson 120 on the nose. He's been on quite a heater recently. Michael Wetcher, 106. Congrats to them on the chop. Chris Brewer with the raise and take, ace king. And a quick update from the other room, the other Big Four tournament, 1,100 no limit going on, 500K guarantee. There's 4 players left out of the 563 that started. George Zolifan, Gary Gelman, Blair Hinkle, Ivan Rubin, all battling it out between 22 and 41 big blinds respectively. That's 107,000 for that tournament. And now action folded to Colopy in the small blind.
Three calls.
I definitely think the points. That one, I think there's 3 calls going through the
And in the small blind call up, he limps for 250. He had been making it 800 or so the last 4 or 5 times it had been blind versus blind this level. It's the first limp I can recall in a while. Justin's going to outflop him. Pair of 7s now in the lead.
Three bets, 250.
They might not because they're going to be the horses we're walking with, but he definitely shows us 2 guys. I think it was 10 small too.
With the 10-9, Colopy's going to lead for the min bet.
Four calls.
Queen on the turn definitely helps Justin quite a bit, like his pair of 7s. Now way ahead or way behind, but against the 10-9, way ahead is his preference. Justin now playing about 4.5 million behind.
Well, that's 725.
And the pair of 7's going to take it down. Brewer getting the walk. And looks like I stand corrected. The 1100 appears to be over. Blair Hinkle finished in 2nd place, losing heads up to Ivan Rubin.
3 raises to 525.
Great run for those players. And back to the action here. Colopy opening King 10, 525. Justin now on the button. Ace Jack offsuit. Going to be looking to put some pressure on, I imagine. Anything from all in to a 3-bet in the 1.4 million range are both in play to me. You can probably go smaller than 1.4 actually. Justin with the raise.
4 raises to 1.375.
All right, yeah, you could go a little less, like 25,000 less, I guess.
2 folds.
And now back to Colopy, still playing 14 million. Certainly not looking to dump it off to Liberto. And for those of you at home that are sweating the 25K high roller, right now they are heads up in that with a total of 205 players down to 2. Nolan King has a slight lead as of 40 minutes ago. against Sean Winters, heads up. Nolan King and Sean Winters are heads up in the 25K high roller. First place getting 713,000. Second place getting 505,000. But I'm sure that is old news as of now. And Ido in the small blind. Ace Jack sitting on about 12 million or so. And he's going to go with the limp. And 10-4, good buddy. Roger that for Colopy. See if he's looking to get jiggy with it or not.
3 checks.
And elects to see the flop.
Somebody homer? What's going on in the O's game? Somebody homer?
And Justin sweating his baseball bets.
Checks.
Yeah. Anything just happened? Are you watching? Yeah, I got all this. Really? Vab or the RBI?
300.
And flop comes 10-4-7. Colopy with 2 pair. Ace Jack not looking to go anywhere yet after limping blind versus blind. It's one of the downsides here when you let somebody in, and that's going to be a tough card for Ido.
Kind of manhole.
Ace Jack 1 pair for Ido. 10s and 4s, 2 pair for Colopy.
Oh, the Blue Jays did this. And then they got everybody safe. I was thinking it was infield play, so like somebody would have me.
2 bets 500.
And Ido going with the lead here. I'm sure he expects his opponent to check back all his 1 pair hands.
Yeah, it's good.
Ido not interested in letting him do that. Colopy, though, has 2 pair, unfortunately, for Ido. And Colopy has a couple options here. He definitely could raise. Calling also works.
3 calls.
He's going to get another river bet more often with a call. And that card helps neither player. 10-4 is 2 pair. Still the best hand for Colopy. Ido feels like his hand's under rep too. Both players having hands that could justify a much larger pot.
That's a long fucking for that little action. Non-little action, 7-minute tank.
And Ido looking for some value. Doesn't realize he's running to 2 pair.
2 bets 1.2.
1.2 million is the bet. And interested to see how Colopy plays this. I'd expect a raise to come in. Last time he had 2 pair. Ooh, wow, just going the flat call. Ace Jack's got to think it's good, but nope.
2 pair.
10s and 4s. Ace Jack value cutting itself. Very few things in poker hurt as much as the value cut. see some of the adjustments these players are making with all that's going on. Ida with
Two
the
raises to
ace-7.
500.
And Justin gonna let it go.
Yeah, just turn your mic off. You wouldn't stop talking.
Probably not.
Like, who became any other commentator? I hasn't shut up for hours.
Hey, if you guys want to start chatting it up, I don't mind, I promise. I'd much prefer to work with the table. These guys are all business right now. Ida with the open. 500,000 with his queen jack offsuit. And Colby now king queen offsuit on the button. And 3-bet has arrived. 1.5 million now. And queen jack with the turbo muck. So in the chat, David said, I asked you a question, Mike, and his question was, are you streaming that one also? Considering I was talking about a couple different things, I'm not sure exactly which one you're referring to, but this is the last event, the last hurrah. This is the last stream you're going to get from the crew this week. I know I'm tired, I'm exhausted.
Not a better fallback off, yeah.
Yeah, they're all trash.
Much appreciate all the commentary, all the love. And hey, Jesse, I'll tell you what, Alan Kessler complaining is literally the biggest compliment I could receive. If Alan Kessler doesn't like my commentary, that means I'm doing everything exactly the way I should.
Yeah.
25, I guess.
It used to be like a studio atmosphere, and all four tables were like back to back, and they would like pop in between each table. A little more entertaining for the public.
It's still not like, I get that that's like an entertaining thing, but it's not like an idea as like a player that doesn't like sell me on the COAs.
No.
Like you can only play one of the four.
Yeah, basically, yeah. They try and tier it so when you lose, yeah. You can only final table one of the four.
Yeah.
You can play. I'm sure plenty have played all four.
That's true.
The checks.
I feel multi-table final tables. Sending back and forth.
Ido limping in the small blind 6-7 offsuit.
Two checks.
And Colby gonna outflop him with the old 7-deuce off.
The big one, I assume.
Yeah, I don't know if it was the 100. It might have been the 100.
Yeah, but one of the bigger ones.
Whatever, it's 100.
Not the one game.
Yeah, he would play. I think he was only playing his big blind and the. Only come and play a small and big in the 100K, and then he would go play the main.
Play the main?
Yeah. Or maybe it was the other way around. I forget which one he probably rolled highest, but that's how he did it.
Showed up, got aces versus aces against Dren, and then left again.
Players are chatting about the final table structure around here. All four
There's definitely,
tables
like,
coming to
100
a
players to get
conclusion.
So it's like 150. It wasn't like
The itch is strong.
He loves it.
And Justin gonna get the walk. Bunch of trash dealt. Players are trying their best to not punt it off. Maybe some of them would benefit from trying to, though. Nine-9 offsuit for Ido in the under the gun seat. Gonna muck. And Kalpi, queen 10 on the button. He's our big stack right now, playing 17.8 million.
3 raises, 525.
That's his 250, right?
He hasn't got the
Can
big
you
blind.
push that to me, sir? Miss?
Oh, is this? I'm sorry.
I mean,
Absolutely.
that's right, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Like I didn't throw it out there twice today.
And Justin with the 9 deuce gonna muck it as well. Brewer now ace 10 suited in this small blind, blind versus blind. Sitting on about 9.2 million.
One raises to 800.
Ido getting comfortable in his seat. Definitely likes his hand even before I saw the 6s. And now, how does Ido want to play pocket 6s blind versus blind? 800K from Brewer. Already 1.3 in there. Looks like he's reaching for just a call, and indeed calls 800,000. And Queen Jack Deuce. Brick for Brewer. That Queen Jack, though, is going to make it tough for the 6s to continue.
One bet 650.
And 650 from Brewer. Call gets kind of awkward here if that's what Ido's considering. Pot would be bloated to a little bit close to 3.8. And they would not be playing all that much behind. 6 is gonna find a fold. Ace high gonna take it down.
Jamie, big one.
And some sportsmanship from Liberto, making sure his opponent didn't miss his big blind.
One raises to 500.
Chris is going to open the king 8 suited in hearts. 500,000 now. Ido with a6 off in the small, going to let it go. And Colopy in the big blind. Deuce tray suited, gonna see a flop. Ace jack 7. Brick for both players. King high still in the lead. Colopy kind of check it over. Brewer now.
One bet's 400.
And he is gonna fire. 4 and a Q, gonna get it done.
Same to you. Thank you.
And action continues on Chris Brewer in the first seat. Jack Tray gonna find the muck. Ido getting the 4 tray out of there. 10-5 for Colopy. He's had a few different play styles in this blind versus blind versus Liberto, but he's gonna give a walk. Justin could use it with his Jack 6. Each of our 4 players are guaranteed at least $305,000. This was our 5,300 main event. This is the final table. 4-handed action continues. And blind versus blind action. Justin Liberto sitting on 6.1 million. Big blind is 250,000 right now.
4 calls.
And 250 is called. Brewer with the 9-7 in the big.
One checks.
And a total brick for both players. Queen Jack Tray. We've seen both of these players fire a lot of min bets in these scenarios. And just like that.
4 bets 250.
And it was 250. Looked like it might have been 350, but I think it was 250 from Justin. He's going to scoop it up.
Three raises to 525.
And Colopy getting Jack 10 offsuit, gonna bump it up 5 1/4. Justin now putting some thought into this.
Four calls.
He is going with the call. Pocket 7's gonna defend. Queen Jack 4, pair of jacks for Colopy is the best hand. 7's gonna need to hit 2 remaining 7s to improve. And Colopy's been really passive in these out of position plays. Gonna check it over. And Justin's hand's kind of weird. It's either way ahead or way behind, and when it's way behind, it's something like 9%. But he's hoping to try to sneak through 325 into this 1.6 million. More than likely, that's going to buy Justin the river as well as the turn. Maybe that 325K investment is to try to hit 2 cards and not just 1. And ace of hearts on the turn. Colby adds a gut shot to the best hand. Justin still just needs a 7 and a 7 only to improve.
3 checks.
Justin decides to fire another barrel. This certainly is not an easy call for Colby, even though he has the best hand by a mile. He's losing to a queen or an ace. King 10 among others are better hands as well.
Oh, that's 925.
Could make a case that some queens could check back here as well, so maybe Colby doesn't suspect as many of those. Maybe the gut shot adds some comfort here. And Colby lays down the jacks. Justin picks up the pot. And Justin, well played hand, uses the ace for a double barrel. And 2 folds now. Action on Sergio Ido in the small blind.
Two calls.
He's going to call with the queen jack. 9 deuce for Colby in the big blind.
Three checks.
And both players flop a piece. Top pair for Ido, bottom pair for Colby. 3 spades are gonna pause the action though.
Three bets, 250.
And Colby with his deuce gonna bet 250. Ido's not going anywhere yet.
2 calls.
And 5 on the turn, bricks for both players. Ido's gonna check it over.
Three checks.
And 9 of hearts on the river. Colby now improves to 9s and deuces 2 pair. Another situation where he's made 2 pair against Ido's top pair.
400.
And Colopy in the tank here, almost certainly thinks his 2-pair is the best hand. He didn't put in a raise before, but the pot was a little bit bigger at that time. Not so sure that Sergio would be able to call a raise. But he certainly can't if you don't.
Three raises. 1.6.
And indeed, Colopy with the raise, 1.6 million. And now Sergio Ido in the tank with top pair queens. Had the best hand until the river, 9s and deuces for Colopy. And from Ido's perspective, in a very similar situation, he didn't raise the 10-4 before when he had the ace-jack. So if if Sergio can actually discount some 2-pairs here, obviously that's not the case, but he may find it to call a little bit more often. But he also maybe just assumes that Colopy's not going to be bluffing on the river. Maybe just makes a big fold. Says screw it. Someone in the chat wondering if this queen jack could turn itself into a bluff. I don't think it's a great hand for that. I'd like to at least have a reasonable spade to go along with whatever else I'm blocking, whether that be a jack of spades naked or ace of spades or, you know, a pair with it. I feel like Ido wants to make the fold more than the call. Would certainly be a great fold if he makes it.
Damn. I was going to get to stall bidding, but this hand's shaking. I mean, I was going to. I can't now. I'll be on really kind of next game. Yeah. Look at that next hand.
Absolute misery for Sergio Ido here. Multiple top pairs going down in blind versus blind battles against Colopy. Poker is never fun when that's the case.
We take small enough.
Sergio's still taking his time. And he does lay it down. Great full top pair in the muck. Doesn't think Colopy's bluffing after flat calling that 2 pair from the previous hand. Saves himself 1.2 million with the fold.
Sergio, you have Browns behind the 3, or
Yeah,
that's
he has-
Browns. Thank you.
he has. Eight.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Two raises to 500.
And Sergio Aido pocket 10s on the button. Colopy's going to let the King 5 go, and in the big blind, Justin Liberto, Jack 9 offsuit, 250 more to call. I'm expecting him to play a little defense here. He has chipped up a little bit. He was dwindling down in the high 4s or low 5 million range, but he is, both of these players are sitting in the mid 7 million range. And to the flop we go, King, Queen 4. Justin has a gut shot. Unfortunately, Aido has 2 of his 10s that he needs. If 10 were to come, it would certainly be a disaster card for Aido, unimproved. He will check back his pair of 10s and tray of diamonds on the turn. Brick for both players. And does Justin want to take a shot here? His opponent checked. He decides against it. Pocket 10's now got to be hating that King and Queen on the board.
2 checks.
And again, he is going to check it back. 7 of hearts, not going to help Liberto. Pocket 10s are going to win it unless they fold. Justin's trying to figure out what he can target here.
25.
And 325 looking like a quick call coming. Or maybe not quick. Yeah, it is quick. All right. Jack 9 high.
Tens.
And Justin's going to send some chips that way.
Let me get my phone real fast.
All right, and our players are gonna take a short break here. Stream will resume in 15 minutes. Appreciate everybody for stopping by. If you're hanging out in the YouTube chat, please make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. We appreciate everyone's activity and comments. Without you, we would be nothing. But for now, 14 minutes, we will be back. And the stream is live. This is Michael Lockey. I am calling the shots here at the final table of the 5,300 No Limit event here in Hollywood, Florida. These four players are fighting for that $900,000 first prize. And it looks like the blinds and antes have gone up. 150, 300 now. We had a very grueling five-handed match. Lasted quite a while. These players took shots at each other back and forth. Four-handed now. Action continues. Chris Brewer defending his big blind. Ido opened to 600K up front. Flop comes King 5 tray, pair of kings for Ido, 9 high for Brewer. And Ido's not going to check it back. 4 1/4, going to take it down. Colby with the fold, Justin Liberto fold, and a walk for our 3-seat. Sergio Ido. And Justin's going to start the action. Sitting on about 7 million in chips. Lays down the 10 tray. And Chris is reaching for raisin chips. Min raise from Brewer, pocket sixes. And a suited 7 deuce for Colby in the big blind. Calls the min raise. Queen 8-4 rainbow. 7 high checks it over to the sixes. And Brewer checks back his pair. Tray on the turns another brick. Colby still with the 7 high airball. And Brewer's going to check back his pair one more time. 10 on the river. Brewer still with the best hand. Colby reaching for chips. 400,000. This is a pretty small bet on the river. Only 1.3 blinds. Although the board does not favor sixes that much. When you check it back twice, though, your opponent still has a hand that just defended the big blind one way or another. And maybe he has a 7 high he doesn't want to check to you. And that 10 is not what Brewer was looking for. Looks like he's leaning towards fold. And tries to save a bet, but unfortunately that's going to cost him the pot. And a tiny river bluff with 7 high gets through. And action continues, 300K on the big blind.
To raise it to 600,000.
And our button, Sergio Ido, gonna open up 600,000 for a min raise. Colby getting out of the way with his 8 deuce. And Justin with the king 5. Justin not looking like he wants to just call here. Might be looking for some raisin chips. And indeed he does. Puts in a raise.
Amazing. 1.575 total.
And king 5 for Justin. With the 3-bet, 1.575 gets through. These two send them up. Nine of the mug, Colby on the button, Jack Trey sends it in, and Justin's small blind, playing about 30 bigs effective, excuse me, I take it back, about 25 bigs effective. Limps in the ace-9.
Check heads up.
And Brewer decides to check back the king 5. Justin with the ace-9, a little bit under repped. King 5 takes the lead though. Jack 5-4 rainbow. This hand misses both players a reasonable amount of the time, and if that were the case, Justin probably likes his hand.
That's 300,000. Should one. Go.
And Brewer improves to 3-of-a-kind 5s now.
It's 475. 4.
And now 475 from Justin. Those chips are gonna say goodbye for sure. Chris cutting out a raise here.
1.5 tot.
And 1.5 now from Brewer. Ace 9 gonna go to the muck. Yeah, I'm wondering how Justin would have played a river had Chris just called there. He might have been able to turn that ace 9 into a bluff, try to target a 4 or something along those lines. And Justin with ace queen offsuit on the button
Before raises to 600.
puts in a raise 600,000. Brewer folding the jack 9 and Sergio Ido pocket 9s in the big blind. This could be some action.
All in.
All in. See 2 moves on it.
And Sergio moves all in.
Call.
And Justin's gonna make the call. We have a classic race. Ace queen against the pocket 9s.
Swap 5?
I have more chips.
I offered it once, Sergio. That was a bad mistake, but you should have offered.
9.
Wow, he's asking for a 9 while ahead. Oh, no justice.
King 5.
A lot of good terms.
Backdoor diamonds for Justin. And 2 pair on the board. A 5 will now chop this pot. And 4 of hearts on the river. Justin Liberto played a hell of a game. Was a pleasure to have at our feature table and final. Great run, well played. He'll be our 4th place finisher. 305,000. Nothing to scoff at. Very good game. Flipping ain't easy.
I don't
really feel like
You don't
dropping right
mind,
now.
yeah? Yeah, okay,
But
it's fine.
maybe
I was
if
just
we get more shallow,
Yeah.
even if they don't.
I did it. I probably didn't want as well, but I would like to know better.
I think we'll have to.
Okay.
It's not a WPT, so it's a little more flexible.
No, we've been playing 150, 300 since they resumed after the
Most
break.
cases.
150, 300.
And Justin
No problem. And we have
Alberto, 305,000. Not quite a new high score for him. Has a very impressive resume, including 5th place in the Millie Maker at the World Series of Poker. Very similar to 303,000.
Let's see its stats.
Wow, Justin at all fans.
Somehow also has a 4th place in the Millie Maker. I did not quite realize that at the time.
18, 20.
Multiple of those massive WSOP caches.
This, I think it was simple. 2, 4, 6, 8,
Plus, like,
12, 16, 16, 5, 17. I think like 17, 8.
And all all including with his
It's not
bracelet in the 3,000 no limit event. Great run, Justin.
Huh?
Three-handed action will continue.
The plane.
An avion.
Yeah.
We got monkeypox in the States, so you gotta be careful.
Spain also.
And now our players are guaranteed a little bit more money. Trying to get the numbers here. 3rd place is guaranteed 412,000. That was a $107,000 pay jump for these players. The next pay jump will be about 200,000, and the 283,000 jump from 2nd to 1st place. We are playing for big money. Every decision matters so much.
You both have 17.
Yeah.
Just 17, 17, 9.
Okay.
17, 18.
A little bit less than
This is
12.
like the
A little bit less than 12.
this is like the exact models that people build, like same sex, small sec.
Okay, hold on. You're right. A little bit less than 10.
Lucky for me, I got to play against the guys that were playing the 50K.
And three-handed action. Ido gonna muck the 6-5 on the button.
As opposed to the guy that didn't know how long dinner break was.
Oh, 3.
He was angry when he came back.
Understandably.
And your chip count's three-handed. Stacks are very even. Any relevant pot could swing things massively. Here are those payouts I was discussing earlier. 4, 12, 6, 14, and a 9 hundo piece. The big kind, not the small kind. These guys are fighting it out, tooth and nail, laying it all on the line.
Go.
And Chris Brewer limping in, 8 deuce suited. Sergio in the big blind, king queen suited. Very big hand, full ring and short-handed. Ido reaching for raisin chips,
Raise.
and he does put one in. Chris is going to get out of the way real quick.
1,050,000.
And in the small blind, Ido ace-jack suited. Sitting on about 16 million now after that knockout with the pocket nines.
So I think obviously I still think we should pull it.
Raise 600,000 too.
And he is going to raise for the minimum blind versus blind. I don't find this to be very common here. These guys are the two chip leaders. Colby is going to be defending quite a bit in position. And maybe not. Maybe the min raise is just as effective as anything else at this part of the game. And action continues here with the 8-7 suited on the button. Ido is going to make a raise.
Go. It's up.
And Chris Brewer with the defense. Queen Jack Trey is going to brick both players. And both players check 8 high against 8 high. Nothing burger versus a nothing burger. Anybody want to sneeze at this, they will take it down.
Check.
Chris checks it. Disruptive Travelers check.
That's 1.2.
And Ido going for the 75% pot bet, 75% pot bet here. Something our players haven't been utilizing far too often. Certainly is important to mix it up, keep your opponents guessing. Ido continues to climb. And our button, Colopy, suited 8-7, reaching for chips.
Raise. 650.
And Chris Brewer in the small blind. Lays down the Jack-10. Little surprised to see that. I think calling isn't all that great, but maybe a 3-bet in there. Sometimes you gotta take the playable hands and make them playable when the opponents don't let you get in there. Big shout out to the entire team behind the scenes, Poker Night in America and Rush Street Productions. It's been an absolute blast spending the week here with these guys, hanging out with the crew, splashing around behind the scenes. Thanks to Tony, the producer, and Todd Anderson for the invite.
Go. Check. Heads up.
both players are going to brick this flop. Limp in the small blind for Ido. Check the 6 tray with 8-5, also checking over.
Check. It's 450.
Yeah, it sure is top heavy. You two should play hot. That's my favorite. I mean, Sam has a lot of good bits, but it's one of my favorite Sam bits. It'll start yelling about how top heavy the structure is on the bubble. If he's short.
You ever played with Rowan Duel?
Who?
Rowan Duel. Might have been before your time.
I don't think I have.
He had that bit too.
Roland DeWolf, that is a throwback.
Really doesn't get that old. It's
He was a
always kinda
fun
funny.
guy to have at the table. Yeah, I hate to admit that might be a little before his time.
Raise. 8, 25 total.
And small blind Colopy raising 825 with the Jack 8 offsuit.
Go.
Ya me han salido bien unas cuantas. Ya faroles, que me ha salido todo bien ahora. Me han salido todo bien ahora. 2 o 3 farolecitos así pequeños.
And both players have an open ender here. Ace 8 against the Jack 8.
Estaba ahí. No, el que. Sí, pero
Backdoor
igual
spade draw for both players. The ace would be better for Brewer.
Dijo, ¿no?
These pots get really big really quick. Already 2 million in there. Just from a single raise and defend.
Bits.
And Chris
650.
with the bet.
Yo
Colby checked it over to him.
Es mejor. No, no, digo que. Digo que puede ser que esto. Que se hable entre ellos, que se dice Nit, que es bueno. Pues probablemente en América piensen, no en general. Que es verdad. Dijo, sin entrar. Inmolado. Pues Chris tiene 30 bebés. 9 millones. Y el otro tiene un cual menos que yo. Yo tengo como 60 bebés. 18 millones casi ya. Yo tengo el 17 y el otro tenga 15 así ahora. A ver si le pegamos el Gesor. Ese debe ser más blandito. A ver si puedo jugar con este mejor Gesor que con el otro.
Colby weighing his options. He has a reasonable hand to check raise with.
Y los puede regar más. ¿Eh? No,
Calling certainly fine though.
claro, no, yo digo el que con el que quiero jugar al Gesor, con el de la gorrita. Claro. A ver si reunió la... ¿Qué bote es importante, por ejemplo?
King of spades on the turn. Brewer still has the best hand. Now he's also got the best draw. Would love to see him drop the hammer here.
It's 1.1.
And Brewer fires another shell. And little does Colopy know, the flush would not make him the best hand. He's got to think a reasonable shot it would, though. Chris Brewer got 5.8 million back. Colp doesn't know that his straight draw would be a chop either. And now Chris put to the test, check raise all in, man. I had a weird feeling Brewer might have benefited from an overbet all in here. I don't know that he should talk himself into a fold here. Obviously he doesn't know he has an 86% hand. He's probably assuming he's behind against one pair or something of the such. Is his straight draw good? Would his ace be good if it came? These are all questions Brewer is asking himself. My only issue if he finds a fold here is that he's going to be the massive short stack. At least if he finds a call and tries to win this pot, it would give him an opportunity, if he spikes, to have a really relevant stack, potentially be the chip leader. I get that folding keeps you in the tournament, but you're still playing from behind. And Chris finds the fold, gets bluffed off the ace high flush draw and open ender by the jack 8. Colopy with another haymaker, taking a big chunk of Brewer's stack. And just like that, Brewer with the hammerlock gets bluffed off the big pot. There is quite a bit of criticism in the chat. My only response is I liked an overbet. That's all I'll say on the topic. That would have avoided that sticky situation.
It's like impossible for me to get check shoved on. He just has to have like a set, which is bad.
Cool.
And button Colopy opening up the ace-9. Sergio defending the 10-4 suited.
I mean, it sucks, but like, I think you're allowed to bet it because like, it's like impossible to get check shoved on. They have to punt check shove. I mean, like, they have to just take like a random 2-pair and rip it in. So if you rip in a flush, it's outrageous.
And pair of aces for Colopy. Gonna fire a shell, gonna take it down quite quickly. Three-handed action continues. Chris Brewer, our short stack.
Raise 600,000.
And Chris with the ace-10 puts in the raise. Playing just shy of 20 big blinds, looking like about 19 total.
All in. All in.
And now decision back on Chris Brewer.
I have
Call
a
will be
call,
all in pocket nines.
but do I want to call? 100% it is a call. Oh man, that was a good shove. So you didn't even have to think about it, Jim. Didn't even have to.
And call will be all in for about 20 million. Chris Brewer sitting on about 5. He's got 600K of it in the pot. 5.1 back.
It's easy around all the ways. It's easy. It's just a hammer calls. There's really not even that much I
Certainly
can
don't
do.
mean this disrespectfully, but Chris Brewer is quite literally talking to himself every hand, every time Colby's put him in the cage.
I just think you have these queens. Let's try.
I mean, he's actually not even sure what parts of Colby's range he's beating. Is Colby doing this with an ace-7? Not sure he's shown a propensity to do that.
Okay, no, I just, I'm the guy that just says I play
Pretty
the
frustrating when your opponents have it every single hand.
So I'm gonna have C1.
And Chris Brewer makes the call, ace-10 against the nines.
It was like,
Nueves contras.
And Chris Brewer looking for an ace here, a 10 to double up. Otherwise, we are going to be down to heads up. And Colby is going to be in the lead on the flop. King 7, Trey Rainbow. Queen on the turn gives Brewer a gut shot. He's a Jack 10 or ace and a king on the river.
Again.
Chris Brewer, hell of a game. Incredible player. Fought his heart out. He's going to get $412,000 for his efforts. Incredible work.
So, they asked to stop the clock to move them in the positions for the heads up, if it's possible.
And we are now heads up in the main event here at Seminole Hard Rock Poker Hollywood. Chris Brewer, our third place finisher, $412,000 for his efforts. Our players are now playing for the remaining $1.5 million in the prize pool, 900 of it going to our winner, $614,000 to our second place finisher. Difference of $286,000. Just a casual $286,000 heads up match. You love to see it. And we are dropping the trophy in all its glory. Players are positioning themselves for their heads up match. Lots of action from the chat. We appreciate you guys for tuning in. My name is Michael Aki. I'm calling the shots here. We've got 1,000 people watching. Not enough likes, though. Please hit the like on the YouTube channel. Subscribe if you're not already. Big shout out to the production team. Yes, Chris Brewer, quite a player. And Nate here with the color up. All right, we got a few more adjustments to make here, and we'll get the cards back in the air in a few minutes. Stream's going to be on a short break. Until then, heads up action coming soon. My name is Michael Lockey. I am calling the action here. We are down to heads up play here in the Seminole Hard Rock Poker main event. My 6th day calling the shots here with Poker Night in America. Quite possibly could be the end of the road today. Players are heads up. 26 million against 17 million. And away we go.
Put that on the floor for them, please.
Cards are in the air. Heads up action. $614,000 for second place. $900,000 and that trophy
Two
for the
calls.
winner. And call will be limping the 10-5.
10 checks.
Ido checking the king 6. Five, four,
Check.
deuce. Gut shot for Ido. Callipy does flop an awkward top pair with pair of 5s.
2 bets 300.
And a min bet here from Callipy.
One calls.
And 7 on the turn. Now Ido with an open ender rather than just a gut shot. His king and 6 are live.
1 checks.
Callipy's still got to be pretty happy with his 5s. Expects to be the best hand most of the time.
Two checks.
And Jack on the river bricks both players. 5s still in the lead. 1.5 million in the pot. And Ido not ready to give up quite yet.
1 bet's 2
Turning this king 6 into a bluff. 2.2 million with the overbet. $1.5 million in there. Ido betting 2.2. Not sure you could just go folding mid pairs and heads up matches. It's easy to say in the booth, I'm not facing an overbet on the river. Heads up for $287,000. And the 5s are gonna fold. Ido picking up a pot I didn't think he was going to be able to get. It's anybody's game, 25 million to 18 right now. Sergio on the button with a Jack-7. And grabbing some raisin chips.
One raises to 600 to 700.
These players are playing very deep, over 50 big blinds each.
Call.
And Colby with the defense, Queen Jack suited, Jack-7 of hearts for Ido going to the flop. And a pair of jacks for both players. Queen kicker still in the lead for Colby.
2 checks. One checks.
And a king pairs on the turn. That improves both players to kings and jacks. Queen kicker still the best hand. Ido's got to like his hand though. I'm imagining he's got to lose a little bit. Queen Jack reaching for some chips.
2 bet 700.
And I don't expect Ido to get away on this point. Double flush draw on board. King's paired. Jack is most likely the best hand.
Call.
And he does indeed make the call. And river card pairs the other card. Kings and jacks with a queen still the best hand. Does bring the front door flush draw. But in a heads-up match, having a jack here is pretty good. See how these players elect to play it. Action is on Colby.
Two checks.
And Colby checks the queen jack over, and the Ido checks back the queen jack. I'm a little surprised these guys didn't put another bet in there. Ido mulling over his kicker problems, lays it down. And Colby with a $10 million lead. 27 million to 17 million, still anybody's game. These were the original payouts. Our players guaranteed at least $614,000. Not a bad day at the office.
Two raises
And we
to
have a
700.
raise to 700,000. Colby with the 10-8 offsuit. Ida with the 8-9 suited. I'd like to see some of these players start putting in some 3-bets. And Ido finally
Raises
reaching
to
for some
2.7.
raising chips, makes it 2.7, takes it down. It's even harder to make hand heads up than at a full ring. Every pot matters so much with blinds and antes. And ace king for Ido.
One raises to 700.
Ace king for Ido puts in the raise to 700. Colby now 7-6 with the call.
Calls.
And to the flop we go. Queen 9-5 all hearts. Colby has the only heart
Two checks.
to go along with his gut shot. Ace high, the best hand otherwise. He's gonna check it over. Ace diamonds, king of clubs for Ido. Not the ideal flop.
One checks.
And the ace king checks it back. 7 of hearts on the turn, locks it up for Colby. He's going to make a flush with the 6 of hearts. Certainly not something he's looking to stack off with, but
Two checks.
might be able to bluff catch.
One checks.
But Ido is not interested in participating. Useless 7 of diamonds for both players. 6 of hearts is going to win unless it folds.
What?
Two bets. 1.1.
And a quick fold from Ido.
One folds.
Heads up action continues. Colby with the ace-6 suited on the button.
Two raises to 700.
Puts in the raise to 700,000. 10-7 for Ido.
One calls.
Eight 4 tray. Brick for both players.
One check.
Ace high still in the lead.
Two checks.
And Colby makes a 6 on the turn. This also gives Ido a double gut shot. A 9 or a 5 would give him a straight. And Ido putting in a bet.
One bet's 1.7.
Ido with his double gut shot. That happens to be 10 high. Goes with the full pot bet on the turn. 1.7 into 1.7. Colby has to think his 6 is good here. Does he want to call a river bet, though? That is the question. But he is reaching for that 1.7. He is going to make the call. 6 is in the lead going to the river. Ido's going to need a 9, 5, 10, or 7 to improve. And deuce on the end. That's going to be a brick. Colby 6 is going to win this hand unless he folds.
One checks.
Ido's 10 high, checks it over, gives it up, shows the bluff. 6s are going to take it down.
6s.
And the stacks are roughly 2-1 right now. Colby with about 30 million. Ido sitting on a 14 million stack or so.
One calls.
And Ido limping the 9-6 on the button. Colby with the 4 deuce in the big.
Two checks.
And 2 pair for Ido on the flop. Still 4 high for Colby. He's going to have to bluff if Ido's going to want to win anything here. Checks it over, though. Two pair will not be doing any checking.
One bet 600.
600 is the bet.
Two raises to 700. One calls.
And the 9-5 against the
One check.
9-7 here to the flop 6-6 queen. Brick for both players. It's tough to make a hand heads up. It's probably going to be a reoccurring theme.
Two bets 525.
Ido not finding the quick fold. Wondering if he's looking for a check raise. And he is cutting out some raising chips.
One raises to 1.575.
And 1.575 back to Colopy, just a 9-7 offsuit. 9-5 for Ido though. These two players playing a game of chicken. Chat's enjoying the guitar behind Colopy in that camera view. And Ido takes it down, chipping away and trying to get into the lead. Both these players are vying for that $900,000 first place prize.
One call.
Ido going to limp on the button. King deuce, Colopy in the big blind with the queen tray.
2 checks.
Colopy flopping bottom pair trays with a queen
2
kicker.
checks.
King deuce can only improve with a king.
1 check.
He will check it back. 9 pairs on the turn. Colopy's got to like his threes here.
Two bets 375.
Colopy giving his trays a little bit of protection and takes it down. And Colopy has the 7 deuce here, not gonna
2
give it up.
calls.
Ido with the king 5 suited. Has to like his hand right now. Looks like he's putting in some raising chips. Gotta think Colopy wishes he had that 150K back here.
Fold.
And as you can see, the chip count's 28 million for Colopy, 16 for Ido. Players in the chat are looking for some quality starting cards for our players, and sure enough, on cue, ace jack offsuit for Ido. He's putting in a raise
One
here.
raises to 7.
And Colopy pocket queens. This might be the cooler that the stream was looking for. This should be action. The players have started off fairly slow in heads-up play. But I do expect some haymakers land at this pot, and here we go. Colopy with the 3-bet.
Two raises to 2.7.
And from 700,000 to 2.7, Colopy with the 3-bet. Looks like Ido just elects to call the 2.7. Not sure that is the optimal practice for heads up, but this is going to be tough for him now. Ido, jacks and sixes, 2-pair. Colopy still has an overpair. This should be fireworks, folks. 5.7 million in the pot. Colopy covers Ido's 13 million back. I don't see how Ido can get away from this.
Two bets 1.9.
And Colopy betting 1.9 here. Got to be licking his chops. Sergio's in big, big trouble here. Absolutely smashed here. Such a brutal cooler. And he decides to just call here. I don't blame him. He thinks he's the one doing the slow playing. Little does he know Colopy's got him by the throat. See the turn card. And wow, what a card. Jack of spades on the turn. Ido now with the full house. Jack's full of sixes. What a card. Whatever plans Colopy had, they are now in the blender. Ido with the full house, Jack's full of sixes. He's not going anywhere. He is almost certainly going to win this pot unless the queen hits the river. How does Colopy want to play these queens? Certainly is a scare card. Ido still did call a 3-bet though, so he can only have so many different jacks. Pretty unlikely that Ido's got a 6. I mean, certainly it's heads up. It's more than possible than usual. Flush draws, pocket pairs, a couple other things. Still an option. Either way, this is going to be a tough pot. And now Ido, how does he want to play it? He's playing 11.5 back. There's about 9.5 million in the pot. And Ido indeed goes for value.
One bet's 2.5.
2.5 million now. And this is a sick hand for Colopy. He's been waiting for queens all final tables just to run into a full house. Certainly is a huge spot. Is Colopy able to get away from his pocket queens? Seems so unlikely. Colopy not going anywhere yet. 2.5 million in the middle. Five of hearts on the river. Jack's full, still the best hand. Queens, not looking good. Every scare card imaginable has arrived. Jack's full, clear scare card for obvious reasons. Front door flush arrives. Sergio Ido in the driver's seat. He's got 9 million back. 14.5 in the pot.
One goes all in.
And he is indeed all in. Colopy has to be sick. $9 million to call. If he calls and loses, he's gonna be down to about 11 million. He'll be about 3-1 underdog. If he calls and wins, he will be our champion. But he is gonna call and lose. Jack's full, and Colopy disgusted. Shows his queens.
975.
And massive pot for Sergio Ido, our new chip leader. Gonna be a 2-1 or 3-1 favorite now.
75.
Massive pot over to Sergio. And Glenda making sure the counts are right. This pile of chips going his way. He's gonna have quite a bit of fun stacking that pot. Massive swing. We thought that could have been the entire tournament right there. Massive turn card though. Sergio Ido, our new chip leader. Just when you think we know what's coming, boom. Like an uppercut. Boy, that's got to be a good feeling. Got to clear it out for the RFID cards. And if disgust were an emoji, this would be what it looks like. But you can't fret. Ace King right away. Got to shake it off.
750.
750 now.
750.
Ido with the King Jack here. Certainly nothing to scoff at in a heads-up match. And Sergio Ido with the 3-bet.
One raises to 2.250.
Colopy's got to like to see that. Even after that big exchange where he lost the queens. Got to love his situation with Ace King suited here in a heads-up match. I think I would slightly prefer a click back here rather than an all-in. I'd prefer something like 4.2, 4.4, something in that ballpark. Hopefully he can get called for 2 million more. Maybe have some chips to shove on the flop with. And Colopy reaching for chips, puts in the 4-bet, and Ido standing to take inventory.
3.875.
And Colopy went even smaller than I expected. I like it. 3.8. Click it back. Now it's on Ido, 1.6 for him to call. Already 6.4 million in this pot. Ido not sure how he wants to play it. Colopy showing clear strength. Obviously he just landed a haymaker last hand. It's hard to expect to be dominated here. Ido is probably calling, wanting to see a king or a jack. Little does he know his king is no good. And now this pot has bloated already all the way to 8 million. Let's see the flop. 8, 7, 4. Flush draw for Colopy. And he's got about a pot-sized bet left, but there's probably no reason to rip it in on such a fantastic flop for him. Wouldn't be surprised to see him go as small as like 1.8 maybe. Go teeny tiny. Leave yourself 6 million back. Colopy reaching for chips. His ace high is the best hand. He has a flush draw anyways. And away it goes. I might have double gotten lucky here. Did I nail that one again? Keep counting, Glenda. I want to see. I want to confirm. 1.875. Nailed it. Turbo Muck. Slipped that one in one last time. Heads up. And Colopy gets some back. Gets 4 million back from Ido. These guys are finally exchanging some big pots. Can't wait around anymore. No one else to get eliminated but the guy sitting across from you. Ido 28 million, 16 million for Colopy. Still anybody's game. And one pot can swing these counts around in half. Or in reverse, however you want to say it. And Sergio Ida
One bet.
opens up the Jack 9 offsuit. Colopy with the Jack 5 suited.
Two calls.
And 6-6 deuce, total brick for both players. Jack 9 high still in the lead.
Two checks. One bet's 450.
And Ido puts in 450 here. Tough board for Colopy. Can't imagine he's going to find a call. Maybe reach into his bag of tricks for a raise, but kind of lay it down. And heads up action continues. These two players vying for $900,000. What a rush. Dream scenario. Playing on day 4 of this championship event. One of the best tournaments in the yearly calendar. A staple after the main event in August. Staple after the July main event every August, is what I was trying to say.
Two calls.
And Colopy with the call. Ido with the Jack 8 in the big blind.
One checks.
And Ido's going to flop an 8.
One check.
Best hand by a lot. Colopy just with Jack high.
Two checks.
Seven's going to pair in the turn. Not much for both players. That 8 is going to lock it up.
One checks.
Ido's not looking to fold anytime soon, I imagine. Probably looking to bluff catch. Yes, we are on a 30-minute delay for those in the chat.
Checks.
And now 8's still the best hand. 10's not a great card for either player, though. See if Colopy wants to show down the Jack high. And Ido leads the 8.
One bet 600.
600,000. And Colopy's going to get out of the way. Another pot over to Ido. Sergio Ido just crushing. Extremely patient, took his time. Was really one of the only players that adjusted after our first break. Sergio Ido was playing very snug in the beginning and then opened it up a little bit. Took a few spots that not all the players were taking. Found himself some chips and was able to hold on to them. He's currently cruising as our chip leader. And Sergio Ido continuing the run good. King, queen, offsuit on the button. Opens up for 725. And Colopy has the 8-7.
Two calls.
And big flop for Colopy. Top pair, open ender, king high for Ido.
2 checks. 1 checks.
Both players check here, and a queen. Big change. Ido now with the best hand. Colopy does have quite a few outs. Queen doesn't have to hit Ido every time, though.
Two checks.
And Colopy checks twice with his pair of 8s. Not sure I would have recommended that. I would not expect to be beat here, however, and he is. Queen on the turn for Ido with the best hand, gonna fire.
1 bet's 1.4.
And Colopy got the action he was looking for. See how he wants to play it. 1.4 million to call.
Two calls.
And as expected, Colopy calls with his 8s. And 9 on the river gives Colopy the best hand. Lots of changing hands in the lead this one, but the straight on the river, Colopy's got to love it.
Two checks.
Check.
Back.
And Sergio makes the fantastic check with top pair on the river. Unbelievable. Manages to get 1 bet in when he has the best hand, and the rest when he checks when he doesn't have the best hand. Another pot to Colopy, though. 27 million to 16 right now. Heads up action continues.
Two raises to 750.
And Colopy ace 5 on the button with the raise to 750.
1 calls.
Ido makes the call, queen 10 suited. A couple above average hands for heads up play.
1 checks.
And a flush draw for Ido. Bottom pair 5s for Colopy. Little something for both players. And Sergio checked his flush draw over. Let's see if Colopy wants to fire a pair of 5s. Sure does. 600 is the bet. And now Sergio adjusting himself. Usually he put in a check raise the last couple times he had done that. These are raising chips. Ido's cutting out. Indeed, he does. Check raise.
One raises to 1.850.
And 1.8 million back to Colopy. Just a pair of fives right now. Those clubs might be of interest to Colopy, but little does he know that would make Ido a flush. Club on the turn could be action though. As Colopy may be interested in his own flush draw. And Colopy not going away quite yet.
2 calls.
Club on the turn could be interesting. Colopy certainly wouldn't expect Ido to have a flush. And there it is, 4 of clubs. Ido makes a flush queen high. Somehow his opponent does have the ace of clubs though. All Ido's concerned about is trying to get the chips in. How is he going to do it? He did check raise the flop. Colopy's got to like that club, especially if Ido bets something in the 2.5 million range. I would expect Colopy to be all in a vast majority of the time. I do agree with the chat. Ido might go pretty small here. Looking like about 1.9 if I saw that right.
One bet's 1.8.
1.8. About 1/3 pot. And Colopy is going to need a club if he is going to win this pot. I would have to imagine part of your plan for calling the flop would include wanting to continue on this type of card. Continuing with a call or a raise could both be in play. I do not expect him to fold though.
Two calls.
And indeed makes the call. And Colopy's going to need a club if he wants to win this pot, and he bricks. Pair of fives on the end. Sergio Ido going to win this pot. Unless he somehow folds, which I don't see how this happens.
One checks.
And a check on the river, sniffing out his opponent's weakness. If he thinks his opponent has a king, he almost certainly would bet. It's really hard to fold top pair heads up. But as played, very unlikely to get action on the river. Checking might have been his best option. And let's see if Colopy wants to turn this hand into a bluff. Sergio Ido watching his opponent.
All in. Oh.
And there you have it. Over bet all in from Jim Colopy. Bluffs it off with pair of fives into the queen high flush. What an ending to an amazing tournament. Absolutely incredible. Sergio Ido, our main event champion, put on an absolute clinic. He is going to be the proud owner of that beautiful Guitar Hotel trophy and a cool $900,000 for his efforts. Yeah, let's get that equipment back to the staff. Some familiar faces whose name escaped me at this exact moment. And there you have it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to the live stream. We are so proud and honored to bring you some Poker Night in America after a 3-year hiatus. And that's going to do it for Poker Night in America, Seminole Hard Rock Poker Hollywood. I am Michael Lockey. I appreciate you guys very much. Thank you for tuning in. Till next time, take care. Have a good one.